Welcome to this 4 hours long Fabric Data Engineering full course in which you will learn about Fabric One Lake, Medallion Architecture in Fabric, ETL pipelines using Fabric Data Factory, pulling data from APIs with dynamic data pipelines, data virtualization with Fabric shortcuts, Delta Packet tables in Fabric, notebook utilities in Fabric notebooks, transforming big data using PySpark, creating a dimensional data model aka star schema in Fabric, external tables versus managed tables in Fabric, data visualization in Fabric notebooks, cross database querying in Fabric, visual queries in Fabric, and finally CI/CD using deployment pipelines in Fabric. I know Microsoft has announced the retirement of DP203 certification, which is a clear indication that you should focus on Fabric now. By the way, I have read so many documentations in order to create this one-stop solution so that you can become a pro Fabric data engineering developer from scratch. So now you do not need to pay to anyone because here's your boy has come with the best resource for Fabric data engineering. So just take out your notebook and let's get started. But wait, just hit that subscribe button right now and let's go.
What's up, my fam? What's up? First of all, happy Sunday. And I know I also got the news that Azure Data Engineering is retiring, Azure Data Engineering is dead, Azure Data Engineering is blah blah blah. Bro, first of all, Azure Data Engineering is not dead. Azure Data Engineering is not retiring. Azure Data Engineer certificate is retiring. I know you have seen those catchy thumbnails. Hey, your data engineering is dead. Your data engineering is retiring. No. Just use your IQ. Just use your brain. Just use your common sense. I know it's not that much common nowadays, but still, you can use because you are my data. And by the way, if you have not subscribed to the channel, just hit the subscribe button right now. I don't know what you are waiting for before hitting that subscribe button, and I don't know what you are thinking before sharing this channel with others. Don't you want to help others? Don't you want? Don't be a selfish man or selfish girl or woman, whatever you want to say. Don't be selfish, bro. Don't be selfish. You should help others. So just share this channel with others so that they can just learn and grow in the world of data engineering. And I know you will do that. Okay. So let's talk about that thing. Just Ansh, okay, we trust you. Just clear out that clutter that is going on in the market right now. So the thing is, bro, I know that news is controversial. So first of all, Azure data engineering is not dead. Not at all. No. Whoever is saying Azure data engineering is dead, you have an option to block that person. Just do that right away. It is not dead. It was never dead and it is not dead. It will not be dead. So the thing is, before DP203 certification, before Azure, so the thing is, first of all, this DP203 certification has a catchy title. It says Azure Data Engineer. So now this certification is retiring. Bro, this is not the first certificate that Microsoft has retired. Before DP203, there were certifications such as DP201, I guess. I don't remember the numbers, but I think it is similar to that. They were for Azure Data Factory. They retired those examinations, I think, at least 5 years ago. You still use Azure Data Factory. Why? You don't say Azure Data Factory is dead. Why? Because it is not dead. It was never dead and it will not be dead. No. No. So the thing is, let me give you a reality check. Yes, we have a new technology in the market, which is Fabric. Just be very clear, Fabric is the part of Azure family. It is not something different. It is the part of Azure family. We create Fabric capacities using Azure account. What you are doing, man? What you are thinking? Fabric is just like another resource that we have. I know that is a. I will just talk about Fabric in detail. Don't worry. It is a part of Azure family. You should feel happy if you know about Azure data engineering. If you have already cleared DP203, it will be very easy for you to learn Fabric. Why you are feeling sad? You should feel happy, man. You should feel happy that you have already cleared DP203. Okay, again, if your agenda behind clearing that certification was to just get the certification, then it's a different story. If your agenda behind clearing the certification was to gain knowledge, then it is a different story. And I hope that your agenda was to gain knowledge. Okay, I know certifications are important to just show them to the HRs, but always try to get the knowledge. Okay, so you should feel happy. First of all, you should feel happy that okay, now we have these skills, we have an advantage. Because Fabric will be the technology in future, we have the advantage. We have the advantage. So that is why you do not need to feel sad, first of all. Now, what will happen? Ansh, are you an astrologer? No. I'm just, I'm not predicting anything. I'm just giving you the reality check, like what can happen and what I can see that is happening. Bro, okay. Let me just keep it very simple. Let me just tell you what is happening and what can happen. Okay. So Fabric data engineering, or let's say Fabric is the tool that will be used in future and in the near future. Okay. And this tool has almost everything that you need to perform around data. Everything. It has data integration services, it has data transformation services, it has data engineering services, data analytics services, data warehousing services, data science services, data reporting services, data streaming services, monitoring services, email notification services, like everything. This is a revolutionary tool. I know this. I agree to this point. Okay. So now, just tell me one thing. If your organizations, or let's say not your organization, or let's say in the whole data industry, they have built solutions on Azure. Obviously, not all the things will go to Fabric. Some things will still reside on Azure. But if you will be hired as a data engineer, as a Fabric data engineer, what you will do? What you will do? You will migrate those stuff, right? And you can only migrate if you have knowledge about Azure. If you have knowledge in Azure Synapse Analytics, if you have knowledge in Azure Artifactory, then only you can just replicate those things. If you do not have knowledge, you cannot, because you will not understand what's going on in Azure, what's going on in Azure Synapse Analytics. I don't know like why people are just making a mess around the industry. Like, hey, it is dead. We do not need to learn Azure data. And just keep your mouth shut. I'm just not telling this point to you, to all those who have just created this hype, who have just created this tension. I don't know why people love doing that. Oh man, life is already really stressful. Why people feel happy just to give stress to others, just for some views? I don't know. Just spread positivity. Just spread positivity. That should be your agenda, and that is your agenda if you are a human being. I don't know. Okay, so Fabric definitely is the technology of future that you have to learn. So now what can happen? Fabric data engineering is the alternative to Azure data engineering. Yes, for sure. If you have experience with Azure data engineering, you have a great advantage. Now, the main point, and this is the point where the newcomers are feeling really tensed, and this is the solution for you all. So, to all those who are new to this industry, who have just started learning Azure, who have not started learning Azure but thinking to learn Azure, and who have learned, let's say, some tools in Azure, so what they should do. Because I know who are like pro Azure data engineering developers, not pro, like they have some experience, so they are fine. They know that these are like some myths and they know that what they need to do. This is the tension that people have created among the newcomers. Let me be very clear. So the thing is, to all those newcomers, bro, sis, just feel happy, because if you were thinking to learn Azure, okay, just learn the fundamentals. That's it. Learn the fundamentals, jump directly onto the Fabric. One area is done, okay, like one cluster of the people is done. Now, the second cluster, where people have just started learning the fundamentals, like they were just exploring Azure. Okay, again, same solution. Cover the fundamentals, learn about basic stuff, enter ID, AD groups, data lake, resources, security, service principle, all those basic stuff. Move to Fabric. Okay. Third, who were using some basic tools like Azure Data Factory, who were just watching my videos like Azure Data Factory, Azure Synapse Analytics. Okay, complete all those videos. Yes, it is very important because after completing all those videos, you will directly be entered into the next level of the cluster, which is the, let's say, high level cluster. They know everything in Azure and they can feel very confident. So just complete those videos, all the videos like Azure Data Factory, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Databricks, yes, because we have like data engineering feature available in Fabric, and it is almost similar to Azure Databricks. Okay, so if you were watching Databricks, complete those videos definitely, because obviously Databricks is a different independent identity, and that will be in use, and that will be very much in demand. Trust me, Databricks is OG. So after completing all those videos, now you are all set to start your journey with Fabric. And I know you dedicatedly want to become data engineer using Fabric. So this video is for you. I know that I have already created a 9+ hours long video, which is on Fabric, in which I have covered all the things available in Fabric, all the things. But this video is specialized version of that video in which we will be just talking about Fabric data engineering and all the other technologies that revolve around the Fabric data engineering. Don't worry, I will just talk about it that as well. So now I hope that your myth is busted and now you know the reality that people are just creating like negativity, or let's say they are spreading negativity so that obviously they are getting advantage. They are taking advantage of your tense situation. So do not need to worry. Everything is fine. Many certifications were retired in the past. Many certifications will be retired in the future. So do not need to worry, bro. This is life. This is life. You should feel happy if you have already covered, if you have already cleared the certification, because it requires you to learn something. And do not feel like, hey, your knowledge is just useless now. No, bro. No. You still need to just manage your AD groups through Microsoft Entra IDs. You still need to migrate these solutions that are built in Azure. So that the ones who are directly learning Fabric, they don't know how to just migrate those solutions. Your team lead or manager will say, hey, you just need to work on this project in which you need to migrate this Azure Synapse warehouse into Fabric. If you know, you will say, hey, I will love to do that. And the ones, they will say, hey, I know Fabric, but I don't know what is happening in Synapse. They will say, I don't care, man. You should know. Then, then what will happen? So you need to learn Azure for sure. Fabric is a part of Azure. Okay. When Synapse was introduced, Synapse actually integrated your Azure Data Factory, okay, and your Azure SQL warehouse. That doesn't mean like we do not use Azure Data Factory in the market now. No, we still use, right? So that is why. Do not need to worry. And let me just talk about your certification, like DP203. According to my opinion, it will be valid for at least 1 to 2 years. Trust me, it will be valid because if organizations have started hiring for Fabric data engineers, they would need the ones who already are Azure data engineers. So from my side, it is fine if you have just done DP203. It will be very much in use, and you would see that particular certification in the job description for at least 1 year. These are my words. Just mark them. You will still see. You will still see. That doesn't mean that they are not updating their job description. That doesn't mean that. It is required because it is the need to just migrate any solution into Fabric. Okay, so do not need to worry. Now, if you are new to the world of data engineering or cloud data engineering, you have the solution. You need to first cover the Azure fundamentals. Yes, do not directly jump on like Fabric data engineering. You should have your fundamentals clear. And I know if you are like my subscriber, if you have built some projects with me, if you have just watched my previous videos, your fundamentals are fine. That's why you have like everything available on this channel. So if you just want to brush up your Azure skills, just brush up those skills, and then just start with this video. So this is like Fabric data engineers, and I know 90% of you have already got their fundamentals cleared. So it's time to actually learn Fabric data engineering. So what will we will be learning in Fabric data engineering in this video? So first of all, let me just give you a definition, like what is a Fabric, like what is Microsoft Fabric. It is really new. So the thing is, Microsoft Fabric is a unified SaaS solution, like software as a service. And it is unified because it has integrated all the services. All the services. Synapse Analytics actually integrated only Azure Data Factory and Azure SQL Warehouse, but Microsoft Fabric has integrated everything in the world of data. Data Factory, data engineering, data warehouse, real-time data, data science, and data reporting like Power BI and all. Everything in the world of data they have integrated. So as you can see on my screen, we have a dedicated area within Microsoft Fabric that's called data engineering. Okay, but this is not the only area that you should learn in Fabric data engineering. You should also know data factory as well, because obviously being a data engineer you should know how to build pipelines and how to just fetch the data and push it to the storage location. Okay, obviously we will be discussing data engineering area in detail today, because data engineering area within Fabric is all about Spark. All about Spark. They do not talk about any other thing. They just talk about Spark, Spark notebook, PySpark, and SQL endpoints of that particular lakehouse, everything. So we'll be covering everything in detail, do not need to worry. But we will also see data factory, and it will be really, really handy for those who are new. So this video is like your one-stop solution, man. If you do not know anything about Azure Data Factory, you do not need to worry, because I'll be just telling everything in detail. So a quick question, is it exactly similar to Azure Data Factory? Bro, not exactly, but I would say fundamentals and functionalities are same. UI difference and some, let's say, configuration difference. There are some differences and obviously some enhancements as well. But functionalities, or let's say fundamentals, will be exactly the same. Fundamentals and activities are exactly the same, like what actually we need to do using, let's say, for each activity, or let's say if condition. Bro, we do not know anything right now, and why are you just using those names? Okay, I will not take those names. Then we will just cover data warehouse as well. Again, I'm saying that we will covering data engineering, we will be covering data engineering in detail, but yes, you should also be aware of these things. So basically we will be covering these three pillars in detail. Obviously we will not be covering data science, real-time, databases, industry solution, Power BI. No, we will be covering only on the data engineering side within Fabric. Okay. Then obviously we need to cover this area in detail. What is this one lake, man? We just got to know what is data lake, then delta lake, then this one lake. What is happening? Don't worry, I will just tell you everything, like what is one lake and everything. Okay, so we will be covering obviously one lake as well, because this is the storage solution within Microsoft Fabric. And let me tell you, Microsoft Fabric has introduced so much in the world of data engineering. Let me just give you some hints. They have introduced shortcuts. They have introduced mirror. Like I will not give you the spoilers. I will just show you how you can just actually do all those stuff. Okay. So this is all about Microsoft Fabric, and we will be learning about Fabric in this video. So in order to start this video, what you need, what you need, there are some prerequisites. Obviously you should feel excited, bro. Do not feel tense, do not feel sad. You should not start this video with, let's say, a bad vibe, or let's say you are worrying, hey, I just completed a job editing and now I just need to do Fabric. No, you should feel happy that we have a new technology, and this is very new. We will learn in the early stages, and then our skills will skyrocket and we will be in demand. You should have this attitude, because not everyone is inclined towards Fabric. You have the opportunity and you want to learn. That's why you are introduced to this video. See, someone is helping you. That's why this video is recommended to you, because you want to learn, you want to grow in the world of data engineering. Only then you can just actually see this video coming to your home screen, right? That means you are growing, you want to grow, and now you have this video, and obviously you trust me, and I will just try to provide the best knowledge in the world of fabric data engineering. Trust me, you will understand everything so easily. Then obviously you should have laptop or PC. If you have iPad, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Then if you want to crack your dream company, only then you should just watch this video, because this is the technology of future, and You are investing your time for the future, and obviously you should have this attitude. Then only you can just invest your time for the future. Otherwise, just watch web series and like blah blah. Okay, so these are your prerequisites, and obviously if you have all these three prerequisites, if you have all these three things, then what are you waiting for, man? Just take out your notebook right now. Just take out your pen, just take out your highlighters and just colorful markers. Make your notes beautiful, bro. Right? Okay, so just get started with this video. And first of all, we will be creating a Microsoft Fabric account. Do not need to worry. You will be thinking, hey, bro, we do not have anything. Did I ask you that you should have this account, that account? No, that means I will tell you everything. So first of all, we will be creating Azure account. We will not be using anything in Azure, don't worry. Then we will create a Fabric account within that, and then we will use Fabric. Okay, okay. So in order to create Azure free account, by the way, I have just told this thing many times, but it's my duty just tell you this thing for one more time, because you do not need to just go here and there to just find, okay, how we can just create a Azure free account. So I will just tell you everything. By the way, for those who were just asking me, hey, I have already created a Azure free account for your, let's say, other video, and now it is expiring in 3 days, or let's say it is already expired. What should we do? So according to the common sense, just create a new account using a new email ID. And if you do not have new email ID, and if you want to learn, you can create a demo email ID and you can just use it for learning purpose only, right? Okay. And to you, my data fam, I know you're smart enough and you know how to deal with these situations. So now let's create the free Azure account. First of all, you just need to type Azure free account. Really? It is that simple? Yeah. So just need to click on this, and then it will just take you to a web page, and there you have two options: try Azure for free and then pay as you go. So obviously we will be picking try Azure for free because we do not want to spend any money, and we will be just using Azure for free. Okay, just click on it. Then it will just ask you to sign up, and it will just take few seconds to load up that page. Okay, here it is. Then I just need to put my Microsoft email ID. By default, maybe you will be using Gmail account. Do not need to worry. You can just click on create one, and then you can just create your Microsoft account. It will just take few seconds. And once you have that email ID, just put it here. Sorted. Just click on next. Then what will happen? It will just take you to the page where you will just actually fill the details, your personal details, and then you will show, not show, then you will just be shown that, okay, these are the services, and you will get 200 US dollars that you can just spend in first 30 days. That means you can use everything for first 30 days, because $200 is a big amount, and you will not be spending all the amount, trust me. Then after hitting the sign up page on that form, it will ask you to put your details like car details and all. Do not need to worry. It will not charge you for anything. It will not. That is just to identify your personal details. Plus, it will just give you an option if you want to increase, not increase, let's say enhance your account to pay as you go. Then it will just register that card for that thing. But if you do not reply, if you do not even say, hey, I'm not interested, if you do not even decline, it will not charge you. It will just nullify all the resources that you will be creating in Azure, and it will not charge you. Do not need to worry. Okay. So once you have your Azure account ready, let me just take you to the Azure portal account now. In order to log in to your portal account, which is Azure portal account, you simply need to go on search bar and just type portal dot azure.com. So this is the link that you will be using. Okay. Let me just zoom it. Yep. So this is the link that you will be using, portal.azure.com. Just hit enter. And then again, it will just ask you to just provide the email ID, and you just need to put the same email ID that you have just created. And obviously you will be using that email, right? So this is your Azure portal account. This is the account where you just do everything in the world of Azure. This is the area of your Azure data engineering, which oh man, how many people say that Azure data engineering is retiring? go. God bless them. So first of all, this is the area, and do not need to worry if you just see different resources here, because obviously it just shows the recent resources that we create. By the way, you can see Microsoft Fabric. So Microsoft Fabric is the part of Azure family. Is a part of Azure family, bro. Okay, do not feel sad. Just be happy in life. Just be happy. So this is your overview, and obviously we do not need to talk much about Azure, but let me just give you a brief introduction. So the major area is this one, where you see and where you will be actually using if you want to perform some admin activities. So here you have all the things like home. Obviously this is the home page. Then dashboard. In dashboard, you can just actually arrange your resources based on a project. Then all services, all resources that you will be creating, resource groups, like all the things are like related to your monitoring stuff, or let's say if you want to perform any admin activities using Microsoft Enter ID, everything is here. So this is your go-to area. Also, if you want to manage the cost billing, you can just come here and just check. Okay, then Ansh, Lamba, what exactly we need to do? Because you just said, because yeah, I said that. I know. You just said that you will not be using Azure, you will be using Fabric, and you will create Fabric account from Azure. Yes. I stick to that. So let me just go here and let me just type Fabric. So this is the area where we actually search for the resources available within the Azure. Simply click on it, and then you will see, hey, you do not have any Microsoft Fabric capacity right now. You can just click on create, and you can also click on this create Fabric capacity. Okay, sorted. But I will not do that. Why? Because it is really expensive, bro. It's really expensive. So what we will do, Microsoft Fabric provides us 60 days free trial. But for that, we need an organizational account that will have a domain name at the end. But we do not have that. We are using our personal ID. Yes, I know. So the thing is, this is the area, Microsoft Enter ID. If you cannot see it on the homepage, just go to the search bar and just type Enter ID. Okay, just click on it. Then it will just show you all the things like that you have inside this. So I can simply go to preview features, like all the things I can just see here. Okay, so this is the area where I can just manage the users of my tenant. So what I will do, I will create a new user. Okay, and that user will get the tenant, that domain name of my personal email ID. So that will become an organizational account. So that is a workaround for that, and I prefer using creating that email ID using Azure. I have seen that people use Microsoft 365 as well, or they just go on Google and they just create a demo account. There are so many workarounds. I prefer using my Fabric. Why? Because you will be learning integration with Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Factory, or let's say Azure resources within this video. And that is why it is really important, because we'll be just allowing, if you just want to just play with Fabric, just basic stuff, it is fine. You can just go with that, like that way of creating account. But if you want to actually see how we can integrate Fabric with Azure, you need to do this. And that's why this video is special. This video will tell you how to just perform all those advanced stuff. Okay, so just do it, what I'm saying. So just click on overview, and then you can click on manage, and then users. You will see all the users listed, and in your case it will be just one. So I have like so many users. I was just doing my personal stuff. Just ignore that. Just go to plus new user, create new user, and then you will see whatever you will pick here. Let's say I will say Fabric DE, Fabric Data Engineering. Okay, and then that's it. It will just take this domain name. See, Ansh Lamba AZ gmail.on.microsoft.com. So it will just get that domain name. That will just act as an organization. Display name same, Fabric DE. Then you can just simply uncheck this box and you can just create your own password. And if you just want to use the existing password, you can just click on this I button. But I will just recommend you to just use your own password, because you will be just watching this video for days, so you may forget. Okay, then you just need to simply click on review plus create. That's it. And then just click create for one more time. That's it. You will see your user here. That's it. Then just open one more incognito mode. By the way, you can just open any mode. I just love working with incognito mode. It is really good. Okay, especially when you're streaming. Okay, So now the next thing is our account is ready. Ansh, Lamba, how we can just go to Fabric? It is very simple. You simply need to type app.fabric.microsoft.com software pro.com. Just hit enter. Then it will just take you to the Microsoft Fabric page. See, then it just asks you to put your email ID that you have just created. So you can simply go to the users and you can just copy that email ID. So I have just done that. Simply click on submit. Then, by the way, just follow these steps carefully because I will be just telling you how you can just enable Fabric. This will not directly take you to the Fabric. We need to just do some settings, only then we can just enable Fabric, okay? Because otherwise you will be just seeing errors and you will be worrying, hey, we cannot create Fabric, because you need to be focused when I'm just telling you these stuff. So just be focused. So let me just put my password. Who is texting me, man? Atul Gavade joined the group. Okay, thank you. Shout out. Oh, by the way, if you have not joined my Telegram group, you can just join the Telegram group, or let's say channel. I have created both the things. So just join and yeah, we'll be discussing lots of stuff there. I just keep all my, let's say, repository stuff and all the updates there. So it's a good place. So I can simply say put my password. By the way, it will just ask me to change it. So just change your password and then click on sign in. And then it will finally take you to the Microsoft Fabric action required. We will just do it later. So ask later. It will just take you to the screening page first. It will not directly take you to the Fabric page. We need to do some special things. Then it will just enable the Fabric in your screening stage. Okay. So it is saying Microsoft Fabric license assigned. Thank you so much, bro. We have assigned you a Microsoft Fabric free license for your personal use. You are signed in and can create, explore your own Power BI reports. Shut up. Click on OK. So this is your, by the way, Fabric. So luckily it is auto enabled, but don't worry, sometimes we just need to enable it. So this is just the screening page. By the way, obviously they have just made it made it obvious that okay, data engineering certificate is expiring, so obviously people will be exploring about Fabric. So they have just made it obvious that you will directly land onto the Fabric, but you can simply click on this, your account manager, click on this. Then you will see sign out and free trial. Okay, so it is saying request a 60-day free trial, then only you will be assigned. Okay, so this is just the screening page in which they are just showing the pictures. Earlier they were not even showing the pictures. Simply click on free trial. Okay, then it is saying activate your free trial, and you need to say yes, bro, please activate it. Only then it will be activated, and then it will just ask you Fabric homepage. You will say yes. Then it will just take you to the original Fabric workspace, or let's say Fabric area, Fabric space. This is the original space. That was just the screening step. Okay, and then you can see so many stuff. So many stuff. Ansh, I know you are really excited working with Fabric, but I am excited and I will be excited. Okay, so this is your Microsoft Fabric. Let me just give you a quick UI introduction. Quick. Okay, so first of all, I know these are services and these are like so good. Like these are so pleasant to eyes, right? I love the UI that Microsoft creates. Do you know why I picked Azure as my first cloud? Because I love the UI of Azure. I don't love the UI of other two cloud providers. So then first of all, you have the option to read documentation, and when you just click on it, you will see the documentation page, and obviously it has covered like all the things. You do not need to worry. That has like thousands of pages in that documentation. Do not need to worry, because obviously they just need to document everything. Like if you just see any errors, you can just type that error and that will just take you to the right documentation. Then you can just see the documentation, then you can just troubleshoot or debug the error. That is for that thing. Okay, just simply keep it here. Don't need to worry. So first of all, let's click on this app launcher. Click on this and it will just show some stuff, Power BI and add-ins. Okay, we do not need to launch any of these apps. Then you have home button. By the way, this area is empty and this area will be filled very soon. Let me just tell you, this is the main toggle that you can use. Simply click on it and you will see boom. And all the Power BI lovers, they will say, hey, it is exactly same, but earlier they just had that Power BI button. Yeah, you're right. Now we have like Fabric button here. Then you can simply use Power BI, databases, data factory, industry solution, real time, data engineering, data science, data warehouse. Ansh Lamba, are you just selling us something? No, I'm just trying to narrate everything that we that we have. Okay, okay, okay. Nostalgic days when I used to go to South Indian restaurants. Oh man, I love that. Okay, so these are the services, not the services. Basically, these are the areas that we can explore. Okay, if I just click on any of the area, that doesn't mean that I'm just entering into that area. Just hit on any area. Let's say data engineering. Let's say data engineering. Click on this, then you will see. Oh, now we can see this thing. By the way, you will see the same stuff if you just click on any area. Okay, and this is the one time thing that you need to just click on anything, then you will see all these buttons. Okay, then you will see this page as well, where you can see, hey, do you want to create new workspace? Do you want to create lakehouse? Do you want to create notebook? Do you want to create any environment? Ansh Lamba, you're directly teaching us this. You are not covering fundamentals. I am not. I am not teaching you directly this. I'm just showing you what are the things available. So the thing is, when you click on data engineering, it will just show you all the related stuff to data engineering that you can use. See, you can just create lakehouse, you can create notebook, and obviously you need to create workspace. What are workspaces? We'll talk about it. Don't worry. Then if I just click on any other thing, let's say data factory, it will just show me the related stuff. That is why it is called recommended items to create. Okay. Okay. Lovely. That we have these areas. Let's explore one by one. What is this create button? If you just click on it, you will see what you want to create. That will open the window that has like almost all the stuff, all the resources in the Microsoft Fabric. Okay, so you can definitely go here and create something specific. Then browse button. When you just click on it, it will just show you the like recent tab. Obviously, we do not have anything right now, but we will be having. Then this is the one lake. This is the one lake, and this is the area that is like hot topic. Then you will obviously, for now you do not have any stuff, you do not have any data loaded to Fabric. So this is your storage account, this is your data lake. Ansh Lamba, you do not need to talk about any stuff in detail right now. Just show us the navigation steps. Okay, 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 okay. Then you have monitor, where you can actually monitor stuff. Obviously you do not have anything right now. Then they have just introduced this real-time specific like button for real-time data, because obviously data is do not show again and get started. Okay, perfect. Then we have workloads. In the workloads, you will see, hey, these are all the workloads. So these are all the major areas that we talk about. See, then workspaces. Let's talk about workspaces now. Okay, by default, let me first click on it. By default, you will get this my workspace, which is default to your Fabric account. Okay, if I just click on new workspace, click on new workspace, and then I can just create any workspace. Let's say I want to create Ansh Lamba workspace. Okay, this is my workspace. Not available. What? Who is another Ansh Lamba? I think I have created another workspace using my different Fabric. Okay, I will say Ansh Lamba. Love. Okay. By the way, this is my nickname. I'm not kidding. Really? So here you have an option to upload the image. You can just upload the image of yourself. You can upload the image of your partner. Like, it's up to you. It's up to you. You can even upload the picture of your pet. So I'm not interested. I'm not interested in taking pictures. Yeah. So you can simply click on apply. Simply click on apply. Then it will just create a workspace. Basically, by the way, just go away. We're not talking about task flows. So this is the workspace. By the way, what is a workspace, Ansh? Just tell us what is a workspace. So basically, let me just tell you. Let's say this is your capacity. Okay, this is your Fabric capacity. Within the Fabric capacity, only one capacity, you can create multiple workspaces. See, 1, 2, 3, like so many. The same way that we have created this one, you have created workspaces. You can create workspaces. Then what it will do? It will hold all the items within the workspace. It will have multiple item. Bro, just draw this diagram in your notebook. See, these are the items. What can be the items? Items can be Lakehouse. Items can be data pipelines. Items can be data flows. Items can be anything. If you're familiar with Azure, it is related to resource group, where you can actually store resources. The same way you can store items. Okay. So this is a kind of hierarchy that we follow. We already have fabric capacity, this one. Then we have workspace, this one. Okay. Then we will be creating items within this. Okay. Got it? Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Then we have something special. If you just click on these three dots, then you will see deployment pipelines. What is that? Bro, this is your CI/CD. Don't worry, we will just talk about it at the end, where I will just show you how you can just deploy everything to different environments. Don't worry, just hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. Then, if you want to manage the access, if you want to, let's say, give access to this workspace to other users, you will simply go here, manage access, and then you will say add people, and then you can just add the people because you are the admin of this workspace. Okay, so a workspace admin can add other admins. By the way, we have these four roles. These are really important things. So in workspace, we have, first of all, at the top, admin. Then who's texting me, man? Admin. Then we have member. Then we have contributor. Then we have viewer. So these are the four roles that we have within the workspace. Okay, so you can just add people and you can just assign these four roles. By default, if you, let's say, create a member to this workspace, so that member will have access to all the items stored in that workspace. Okay, so you cannot say, hey, just get access to just 3 items. No, we cannot do that. We can do that by sharing the item specifically, but if you're just assigning the role from here, then the person will have the access to all the items. Okay, perfect. By the way, if you want to integrate your Azure Databricks, not Azure Databricks, like maybe any Databricks workspace, you can just do it from here. Ansh, Lamba, are we discussing Databricks? No, then keep your mouth shut. Okay. Then we have workspace settings. Simply click on it and it will just show you some information such as license info. If I just click on it, I will see, hey, this is my trial license. Okay, and this is the semantic model storage format, small. We can obviously change it. And this is the SKU. Okay, then we have storage system. Then we have Git integration. If you want to integrate with DevOps, we do not need to do that. Then we have OneLake. Then we have workspace identity. Then we have monitoring. Like, we have so many stuff related to workspace only. Okay, then if you just click here, and I think they have just changed the location. Okay, just go to your home page first, and then just click on this settings button. I don't know why they just changed the stuff. So here you will see admin portal. This is really important. I will tell you why. Just click on this. Oh man, let me just drink some water. So this will show you capacity settings. What is the capacity setting? The major capacity setting is the capacity itself. We have so many SKUs available that we can use to actually create a fabric capacity. And by default, when we create fabric trial capacity, we get the SKU called F64. Okay, and by the way, they have SKUs such as F8, F16, F32, F64, then F128. They have, I think, till F512. So more the number, the more the computation. Let's say F128 is more powerful than F64. What are these things? Like, what is a capacity? Capacity basically is a, let me just write it for you, collection of resources. Okay, which will be having compute, RAM, ROM, storage, or let's say your all the things. Let's say if you want to just run a notebook, you will be having much bigger size of cluster as compared to F32. So in layman language, you can just imagine that this is a kind of package that you get with Fabric. Okay, you can just do these stuff. Okay, this is similar to, let's say, your iPhone. You get like 128 GB memory, and then let's say you get 8 GB of RAM, versus you get 4 GB of RAM, or let's say 64 GB of memory. So it is similar to that thing. Okay, so they have just grouped it. If you just click on this Fabric capacity and trial, let me just click on trial first. So you will see capacity unit 64. That means you have F64. Then this is the admin, that is my account Fabric DE. Okay, and then status is active, and the region is Canada Central, and then capacity name is this one. Okay, then it says if you want to enable the paid services in Fabric, and let's say if you do not want to do that, then your all the stuff will be nullified within 7 days. Okay, then we have this Fabric capacity. We do not have much stuff here. So this was the area that I was talking about, and this is saying platform updates on October 1st requires an update to capacity metric app. Oh yeah, by the way, we have something called as metric app, from where we can just actually monitor the capacity thing, but it is not required to just start learning about Fabric. This is something else when you will be actually working in an organization and you need to just monitor the resources. So they have like dedicated application that you can install on your PC and you can actually monitor it. Okay, Ansh, Lamba, what an introduction. Wow. And this is so obvious now that that why data factory, not data factory, I was just reading this stuff. Why microfabric is the technology of future. Why? Now we know. Now we know this. Because they have like almost everything, almost everything. Right, you are right. So now you know, and now it's time to learn Fabric and get started. And the first thing that you need to learn is one lake.
So it's time to discuss this one lake. By the way, what is one lake and why do we need to create one lake if we have data lake and if we have like so many lakes? Like why we need to create one lake, bro? One lake is really helpful in the world of modern data engineering and you will get to know why. Basically, one lake is built on top of ADLS Gen 2, which is your Azure data lake. Wow, man, nice handwriting. So this is basically built on top of Azure data lake, and this is also called as logical data lake. Okay. So what it does, basically it serves two purposes, and let me just talk about that. The first purpose is one data lake. Okay. So earlier, when we were just working with Azure data engineering and when we were just creating storage accounts, so if you are not familiar with Azure, so we were just creating this storage account and you can just treat it as data lake. So we had the leverage to create as many storage accounts as we can, obviously as per the requirement, as per the need. So we were actually creating so many data lakes, so many data lakes. But now Microsoft Fabric says you do not need to create so many different data lakes. You will just create one data lake, only one data lake, only one data lake. We cannot have more than one data lake, like in Fabric. That's why we call it as one lake. We cannot have zero one lake. We have to have one lake. What is the advantage of it? So basically the thing is, if we have, let's say, so many storage accounts, so many data lakes, and just to give you a real world scenario, let's say this is the central data. Okay, let's say this is the data that you are just ingesting from, let's say, APIs or from your database SQL servers. Then you created a different data lake for finance department, let's say. Okay, this is the data lake for finance department. Then you created another data lake for, let's say, marketing department. And in all those new data lakes, you are just referring to the same data. You are just moving the data within different data lakes just to fulfill the demand that finance team obviously needs to have a dedicated location to store data. So it says, bro, you need to take care of a lot of networking stuff between the network, between the data lakes. So just to mitigate all these errors, and because these are like error prone, because if we are just working with so many data lakes, it is very hectic to manage all the data lakes. It creates a kind of overhead. Okay, so it says, bro, now we do not have an option to create a new data lake. So you can treat one lake as like big one data lake account, like this storage account, like one big, let me just combine all these data lakes, one big one lake data, this one big data lake account that can be called as one lake. That's it. That's it. And this will just eliminate the need of like networking, let's say overhead to maintain so many different storage accounts. Okay, this is fine. What is the other purpose? The other purpose is one copy of data. That means it will not be having multiple copies of data, because now this whole data lake, okay, like there are like so many data lakes now, these all the data lakes will be summarized into one copy of data. That means we cannot move data between different data lakes because we do not have any data. So let's say still you want to create a copy for finance team. Let's say this is your finance team, this is your marketing team. You still want to have like copy of the data. You still want to just keep that copy of the data in your Lakehouse, or let's say in your folders for the in the workspace that are dedicated to the finance team only. How you can do that, bro? We have something called as shortcuts. Don't worry, we will be talking about shortcuts in detail, practically as well, but I'm just giving you a hint what we have. So this shortcut will allow us to, let's say first we ingested the data. Let me just share the real-time example. So let's say you are ingesting the data using API into the one lake. Don't worry, we will be just doing everything practically as well. So you loaded the data into the one lake. That is nothing but the one big data lake. Okay. Now you have workspace one. Okay. Now you have workspace two. Now you want to keep the copy of this data in your workspace like this, then another copy like this. But shortcuts will actually allow you to create the copy of the data here without actually moving the data, and that is the power of shortcuts. So as the name suggests, shortcuts will actually point to the data sitting in this one lake, but that will not actually move your data inside the workspace one. This is similar to your shortcuts that you might have created when you were in your childhood days and you used to play games. So you would have created that shortcut on your desktop, right? So this is the same thing. You will be creating just the shortcut of the data sitting in the one lake. So whenever you will be using this shortcut, you are actually using this original data, but you do not need to copy this. That is called one copy of data, and that is the power of shortcut. This is really insane, right? This is really insane. I know you're really excited to perform all these things. Do not need to worry, bro. Now we are just trying to do all these things in Fabric, and I will just show you everything that you need to learn and that you need to know if you are aiming to become a Fabric data engineer. So okay, here we are back again on our Fabric portal, man, portal. So are you ready to actually kickstart your Fabric data engineering items? So as you know, let me just click on the workspace. So I will just pick any of these, let's say data engineering, and then I will simply click on workspaces. And as you know that we have just created our first workspace. It is called Ansh Lamba Love Workspace. You can just pick any other name because it should be unique. Okay, it should be unique. Now I am really excited to create my first resource, or let's say first item. So if you are already aware of Azure data engineering, we have to create storage account in order to create data lake. But here we have the good thing, we do not need to create any one lake because it is automatically created with your tenant account. What is our tenant account? The account that you have used to create your Azure portal. That is your tenant account. That is why it is also called as one drive of data. Okay, because you can just like start accessing the one lake directly. You do not need to explicitly create it. Really? Yep. See, as you can see here, bro, it is written like one lake. That means anything that you will be importing here, it will be directly get saved to one lake. Do not worry. I know like it is not making sense now, but it will make sense. Really? Yes. So first of all, I will click on this plus new item. Okay, and then I will create something within this workspace. I will create one item, then you will just know. Okay, I will create Lakehouse. Why? Because Lakehouse is the backbone of Fabric data engineering, and we will be just working within Lakehouse. So let me just create that first. So you just need to search Lakehouse. You can simply search it here, or you can just simply scroll down a little bit. Then you will see Lakehouse. So first of all, I just need to name my Lakehouse. So I will simply call it as Bronze, because we will be just taking care of Medallion architecture. So it is good if we just follow this. So let's say Bronze Lakehouse. LH means Lakehouse. Okay, let me just create it. So as you can see, my Lakehouse is created. Really? Yes, this is your Lakehouse. This is your Lakehouse. See, this is the icon, and with the name, let me just zoom a little bit. Oops. See, Bronze Lakehouse, and then. This is the area within the Lakehouse, within the data engineering Lakehouses. We get two things. One is tables, one is files. So now if you want to store your data, your actual data, you get two things. One is files, one is tables. If you store data within files, obviously your data will be stored in the same form, like in the form of files. But if you store any data within this tables, it will create a table in the form of delta lake, and then it will just create a kind of logical table on top of that data, and that is also called as managed table. Do not need to worry, we will discuss about that as well in detail. So first of all, without delaying much, I will just show you something. I will show you something because you are really excited to actually see how one lake works and what is a lake house. So simply click on these files, okay, and you will see nothing because we do not have anything, right? Simply click on these three buttons and the files. Then you have some options such as new shortcut. We are not talking about shortcut now, we will be talking about shortcut in just few minutes. Then you can create new subfolder. That means you can create folders within folders. It is same as like hierarchical namespace and data lake. So you can create folders within subfolders. Again, Ansh Lamba, now you should not talk about Azure anymore because we are just focusing on Fabric. Okay. Then it says upload button. So I will simply click on upload and I will upload some data from my on-prem. So as you can see, upload files. I can also upload the folder, but I will just upload a file. Okay. Then I can simply click on this button and I can simply pick my file. You can see I have picked the store underscore dim.csv file. I know you have a question, Ansh Lamba, from where we can just get this file. Hold on, bro, hold on. And it is also giving us the option override files if already exists. That means if I have like some files within this, I can simply overwrite it. So I will simply say upload, do not overwrite everything. And then it will just say, hey, it is completed. Then I can simply click on this and I can see that my file is saved. And where it is saved? Where it is saved? Just tell me. It is saved in one lake automatically. Automatically, bro, automatically. So now let's talk about the data, how you can just get the data. So I have just uploaded all the files that we'll be using throughout our video. So you can simply go to my repository called Fabric Data Engineering, and under raw data folder, you will get the files. You can simply download it. By the way, I will just dynamically pull all these files. Do not be using Fabric Data Factory, but still you can just download it. Okay. And let's discuss the original data set. So original data set is this one, e-commerce data analysis by M. Mohiminul Islam. Yeah, so this is the original data set that you can download as well, but I just downloaded the data from here and I just uploaded it here. So it's your choice. You can just download it from anywhere. It's up to you. Okay, simple, sorted. Then Ansh Lamba, our data is inserted within Lakehouse and it was really easy. I know. So if we want to upload any data under, let's say, tables, how we can do that? I will just show you. We have something called a magical thing. And I will just click that button and the CSV file will get converted into delta packet file, and that delta packet file will also be converted into a table automatically. Do you want to see that? Let me just show you. Let me just click on this files button. Okay, let me just click on these three dots and I will simply click on load to tables. That's it. Simply click on new table. Then it will ask me, hey, what is the table name? I will simply say store table. That's it. I do not want to name it as dim, just store table. Okay. Then it is saying use header of the column names. Yes, because this is a CSV file, and separator is comma.
Even if you have like other separators like pipe, like maybe slash, you can use anything. Okay, simply click on load, and that's it. Your CSV file will get converted into a delta packet file. That delta packet file will get converted into a table, and that is also called a managed table automatically. You will see the progress here. It will just take few seconds, my bro. It will just take few seconds. That is the power of Fabric. This is just the beginning. This is not even the beginning, bro. This is just a teaser. This is not even the trailer. Let me just tell you. We're gonna discuss so much today. So if I just click on tables for one more time, if I just click on, first of all, obviously I just need to refresh it. Then only I can just click on it. Okay. The moment I have created, like clicked on refresh button, I found my store table. I found my store table, which is the table that we have just created. Just created. If I just click on this drop down, I will see all the columns within this table. So I have just clicked on it, and you can see store key, division, district, and Upazilla. I don't know what's that, but yeah, we have this. So simply click on refresh for one more time, or it's your choice. So that means it is converted into table. Yes. Without using any code. Yes. Bro, what just happened? So basically, as I told you that Fabric uses Delta Lake as a default, default, default partition. So whenever we just convert any file into table, it will automatically create a Delta file. And I'm not lying. I can simply click on this table. Okay. Then you will just see the preview the table as well. Simply click on it and it will just show you the actual data within the table. Just hold on for like few seconds and it will just display the whole data to you. By the way, so far we have not even touched any PySpark thing. We have not written any code now, but we are still able to perform so much. Yes, that is why Fabric is the future. That is why Fabric is so much popular right now. Okay, so see, this is your data. This is your data, and it is showing us 726 rows, and this is the whole data that we have. This is basically e-commerce data as you have just seen. Okay. Now, Ansh Lamba, we just need to validate this information that this data is stored in Delta format because we trust you, but and we love you, but still, you know what I mean, right? I know what do you mean. So simply click on these three dots. Then you will simply say view files. Then you will be able to view the actual file sitting inside your tables. Okay. Now I will simply click on it and it will just show me the files. Wow, that is just wow. This is your delta log. This is your Parquet file. Ansh Lamba, Ansh Lamba, stop. Stop here right now. Yes. You said that our data is stored in delta format, but this is dot Parquet. We caught you. This is not the delta data. Bro, are you serious? Don't you know about delta format? Okay. If you do not know about delta format, let me just tell you what is that. Even if you know, it will just take few seconds and it will be a quick revision for you. So do not be so overconfident. Just here to me for next few seconds. Okay, so for those who do not know what is delta format, so basically delta format is the Parquet file, your data, which is in Parquet format, okay, plus the delta log, this one. This becomes, when it combines, it becomes a delta format. Okay, we do not have a format called dot delta. It becomes delta when we have delta log inside this. What is so magical in this delta log? So basically the thing is, these are the Parquet files. Okay, we can use ACID transactions, time travel, data versioning, like so much using this delta log. Why? Because it is a kind of transactional log which tracks each and every change happening on our table or in our Parquet files. It will be just tracking everything, and it will be storing that information in the form of JSON files. If you just open that, you will see this JSON file. Okay, and if I just click on it, you will see the content inside it, and you can see it has stored this information that please add this Parquet file. Please add this Parquet file. See, every information is being stored inside this. Let's say I'm just adding more data. Okay, let me just add more data.
it will store that information as well. Really? Yes. Let me just show you. Let me just close this. Okay, let me just click on files, and this is the dim CSV, and then let me say load to tables, existing table. I want to again load this data. I want to just add more records. Okay, let me just say, and obviously I have the option append or overwrite. Obviously I will pick append because I want to append the rows. I will simply say select table name, store table. I will simply say load. Then you will see delta log will have the changes. I will show you, bro. I will show you. I will show you, bro. Just hold on. Just hold on. See, it is successfully loaded, and this is refreshing our table. Then let me just click on these three dots. Let me just simply say view files. Oh, wow. We can see new file, right? We can see new file. Yes, this is the new file according to the timestamp. Okay. This is the new file. Okay. This information is also stored in the delta log. Yes. Simply click on it. And then you will see a new JSON file is created. And in this one, we have the information called add. See, this is the new file. This is the new file. Sorted. This is the power of Delta Lake, and Fabric is built on top of Delta Lake. Like not on top of Delta Lake, but it is using Delta Packet format as a default format. Okay, Ansh Lamba, this is really cool, and we have also started loving Fabric. I told you, bro. I told you. But this is just the basic, man. This is, we have not even started data engineering. Let me be very honest with you. This is very basic, and you are already loving Fabric, and I'm feeling happy about that. So like it is just the starting. So what else we have to cover? Okay, as I just mentioned that we will start with data factory. Okay, so what is the requirement and what will you just tell us in the world of data factory, because we will be just using data factory as a replacement for Azure data factory. So the thing is, if I just show you the data again, okay, so this is my data. Like these are all the data files that I want to load into bronze lakehouse, because you'll be following Medallion architecture. Okay, and why I am creating real-time scenarios, so that you can learn better, you can understand better, you can know, oh, okay, we are just actually applying all these stuff. If you're just figuring out, hey, this button is available for that purpose, this particular option is available for that purpose, no, baby, no. You have to just relate your learning with the real-time scenarios if you want to grow, if you want to learn better, if you want to apply those learning in the real-time scenario, right? So now the scenario is why we will be using data factory. Let me tell you. So for now, I manually downloaded this data, stored them, right, and I manually uploaded it. Makes sense? But Ansh Lamba, what if this is our company's website and we want to just pull this data using an API directly from the GitHub to our lakehouse? This is possible. This is possible. Okay, and can you please show us? Yes, my bro. Yes, I will show you everything. Plus, we want to just increase the difficulty level. Okay, just increase it. We want only one pipeline to fetch all the data. And all the data, as you can see, data files are distinct. One is called transdem, fact table, storedem. We want you to pull all the data together, because obviously being an efficient data engineer, you should just pull all the data together instead of just pulling the data one by one. That is the old approach that we used to follow like many years ago. But now we use something called as dynamic pipelines. So I will teach you dynamic pipelines. Why? Because when you are just landed on my channel, that means you will become a pro, you will become an outlier, you will become so competitive, and you will just crack the interviews. And if you want to crack the interviews, you have to be competitive, right? Okay, Ansh Lamba. So our agenda is to bring this data to Bronze Lakehouse. Let's do it. Yes, my bro, let's do it. So this is my lakehouse. Okay. Let me just click on these workspaces. Okay. Let me click on it and let me just select my workspace. Now you will see in my workspace, I have something called as Lakehouse. It's called Bronze Lakehouse. Okay, Anshlamba, what are these two things? Hold on, my bro. I will just tell you about these two things. Okay, when we will be discussing Lakehouse in detail. So for now, we are discussing data factory. Okay, just hold on. I will just tell you. Don't worry. Let me just bring the data in an efficient manner, because
I could have just uploaded all those CSV files manually and I could have said, hey, just do it. No, Ansh Lamba wants you to learn and grow. That's why I'm just telling you how you can do it efficiently. Okay, sorted scenes, sorted scenes. So now, Ansh Lamba, if we want to create data factory, how we can create that? Again, similarly, as you created Lakehouse, this time you will create something called as pipeline. Okay, simply go to plus new item and then this time search for data pipeline. And I hope you have found it. Here it is, data pipeline. This is the replacement for Azure Data Factory in Fabric. Simply click on it. Okay, so now it is creating the data pipeline for us. It will just take few seconds and then it is asking me to provide the pipeline name. I will simply provide the pipeline name as uh, raw ingestion. Okay, raw data ingestion. Let me add data first. Yeah, simply click on create. Then it will, I think, ask me to provide the activity, like which activity you want to use. And also don't worry, I'm with you, Anshlama is with you. Okay, so this is our pipeline, this is our Azure Data Factory in Fabric, or this is our Fabric Data Factory, whatever you want to say. Oh, this looks different. I told you, man, I told you. So now we will just create our first pipeline, and in order to do that there are so many ways. The best thing is just start with the blank canvas, and we have like start with the guidance as well, but you do not need the guidance, trust me, because you are just learning on this channel. So just simply start with a blank canvas, because that's what the developers do. Then it will ask you to just pick any activity. Just to be honest, you can just pick any activity right now and then you can just change it. So you can just simply pick copy activity. By the way, we will be using copy activity as a main activity, but still. Okay, so this is your canvas. Wow, this is basically your Fabric Data Factory, and this looks amazing, 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 amazing. If you just click on outside the canvas, like here, then you will see all the other options. Okay, Ansh Lamba, this looks really, really different. Yes, I know. We have a taskbar here so that we can just perform our some quick activities such as copy data, data flow, notebook. Then obviously this is something that we will be exploring, don't worry. In order to view all the activities means all the activities, like how we can just view that. So in order to view all your activities available within Fabric Data Factory, click on this activities button, and then you will be able to see all these activities. Are these the only activities? By the way, these are obviously like much more activities than the previous screen, but this is not the end of the list. Simply click on these three dots, then you will see all the activities, and you can see our activities are grouped inside the categories. For example, if we want to move and transform our data, we will be using these activities such as copy data, data flow, and delete activity. If we want to perform some kind of metadata and validation, don't worry, I will just tell you each and everything. Then we can perform something like this. Okay. If we want to perform control flow, what is that? If you are familiar to any programming language, so this is something related to if else conditions, for loop. So this is kind of like until loop, that is equivalent to do while loop, then variable. So this is your control flow where you can just perform all those programming things that you can in maybe like Python, or let's say in any other language, and you can perform the same stuff here without any code. So will we be covering this area as well? Yes, yes, that's how we will be creating a dynamic data pipeline. Okay, then we have something called as orchestrate, where we have all the activities which are involved in the orchestration. And the most used orchestration activity is this invoke pipeline. By the way, they have one more which is called legacy, and this is in preview. This is a new one, don't worry, we'll be using the new one. Then this is special. This is for notifications. If let's say your pipeline failed and you want to be notified based on any status, right? Earlier we were using logic apps in Azure Data Factory, and then they enable something called as monitor.
Then we were able to just receive some status of our pipelines through email. But now we have simply the activity. We just need to add this activity and it's sorted. It's sorted. Then, if we want to transform our data, we have some activities such as notebook, script, stored procedures. Obviously, we will be creating notebook in Fabric Data Engineering, and that notebook we can orchestrate or add it as our part of pipeline. Okay. Then at the end, we have machine learning. We can perform machine learning stuff, including this activity. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That was a great introduction. And that shows that Fabric Data Factory is really, really, really powerful because it has like almost everything. Everything means everything with low no code. With low no code. That is the best thing. Okay. By the way, I will just show you one more powerful feature of Fabric Data Factory, which is like connectors. It can connect to so many sources. So many sources, bro. You cannot even count the connectors that it has. So it is crazy. So first of all, what we will be doing? We will be using a copy activity which is responsible to move your data from one place to another. Okay. So let's say this is your GitHub where we have data. Okay. And now we will be moving this data to Bronze Lakehouse. Okay. Bronze Lakehouse. Simple. So this will do this thing. And if I just click on this, you will see two things: source and destination. Source and destination. Very good. So we just need to provide two things: source and destination. And in our case, what is the source? GitHub. What is the destination? Bronze Lakehouse. Sorted scenes, man. Sorted scenes. So what else we have to configure in copy activity? First of all, we have name. So we can simply name our activity, and I will simply say GitHub data. Okay. And description, I can just provide anything. And activity state, I can make it deactivated. So this activity, this copy activity will be deactivated, but I do not want to do that. Simply click on activated. Then this is a timeout. So this will time out my copy activities after 12 hours because it is given the default value. And let's say I'm copying the data from API and it has taken like 12 hours and still I have not received the data. That means I want to fail my activity because something is wrong. Like 12 hours are gone and still I do not have data. Obviously that depends how much data do you have, but 12 hours is not a small window. Simply you can just change it. Simply you can just type it like 24 or 36. You can just like give any timeout amount. Then we have retry. Let's say your activity failed, maybe because of any suspicious networking issue. So you can just define retry. Maybe you can say 2 or 3. By default it is 0, that it will not retry. It will just simply say, hey, if it is failed, it is failed. That's it. Okay. Sort. Then we have something called as source. So here we need to just pick the connection. Let's build the connection with our GitHub. Okay. So I'll simply say more because I want to create a connection. Okay. So here you will see the long list of connectors available within Data Factory in Fabric. Okay. So it says new sources. These are some popular data sources, but that's not the end of the list. Simply click on view more and boom, you have so many connectors. You can just connect to these data sources like this. So just try to find out, where do we have our data? Where do we have our data? We have our data in the API. So we will be just picking HTTP connection. Now you will say, hey Ansh, Lamba, can't we pick REST? The answer is you can pick, but according to the Microsoft recommendation, it says whenever you have data, like the whole data coming through the URL, always pick HTTP. If you want to just capture the response or anything other than like data, like directly data, you can just pick REST. So simply select HTTP connection. Then it is asking me to provide the URL. That makes sense because we need the URL where our data is residing. So our data is residing here, and in order to get the URL, we will simply go to any of the CSV files first. Just click on any file. Okay. Just refer this step carefully. Just be focused. Because in order to get the URL, you need to be very focused. You need to first go to raw instead of directly copying this URL. I have seen like many other students were facing this issue. Simply click on raw. then it will just take you to this web page where they have just data. That's it. They do not have anything. Then this is the URL that I will be copying. So I will simply copy https till.com. Till.com. That's it. Why till.com? Because we are just establishing the connection. We are not picking the data now. Okay. So first we need to pick the connection. Now we are just building the connection with GitHub. Okay. So I will simply say this is the URL till.com. Okay. What is the connection name? I will simply say GitHub. GitHub con. That means GitHub connection. Authentication obviously anonymous. Okay. Then simply say connect. Okay. So this is done, but that is not the complete task. Okay. So now I will simply first of all test the connection. I will simply say test connection. So it will just test it. And you should always test your connection whenever you're building something. It is really handy because you can just mitigate the errors at the right time before proceeding with other steps. Okay, so it is successful. Lovely. Now, now it is saying, hey Ansh Lamba, hey Mr. Developer, we have the connection with GitHub, but GitHub is such a huge platform. Inside GitHub, where is your data? Where is your data? Where is your data? Am I dreaming that your data, that Mr. Ansh Lamba's data is residing somewhere else in my dreams? No. You will simply go to your data again, and now you need to copy the rest of the URL from Ansh Lamba get and just copy this URL. Simple. Then you will paste it here. Okay, simple. Then you need to pick the file format. What is the file format? It is CSV. Simply pick delimited text because it is a delimited text and CSV is a delimited file format. Simply pick that. Sorted. Now you will be having an ability to preview this data. Simply click on it. Simply click on it and it will just show you, hey Ansh Lamba, this is your data. Are you satisfied? Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. Sorted. So now our source side is done. Source side is fixed. Now we will be just giving destination. Now where we need to feed our data? We need to feed our data into this Lakehouse. So we will simply pick this one. Okay. Then it is asking me, do you need to create tables or you need to create files? Obviously, we should never create tables directly. We will first create files, then we can just use that files, or let's say we can use those files in order to, let's say, create anything to analyze the data. So that is the good practice, that we should always copy the files. but but as this is the raw data, so we can obviously create tables directly, and we can read data from tables, and then we can simply use those tables as our source. So the choice is ours. In this case, I know that you have already seen how we can just work with files. Okay, so it will just create files. So let's create tables this time directly. Okay, so let's pick tables. By the way, if you want to pick files, you can pick, and then you can just give the folder name where you need to save it. I will simply pick tables, it's fine. Then it is saying which table you want to pick. I will simply click on drop down. I just have one option, but I do not want to save my data in that, because that data can be something different, right? I will simply say plus new. Simple. And now I can just name, I can give name, like any name, I can give any name. So let's say I want to give, which data is this, which data we are copying. Let me just check. It is trans. Okay, so I will simply say trans. Okay, so I will simply say plus new and trans table. Okay, I will simply say create, and this is my new table, as you can see. Okay, I have one more thing, it's called advanced. Let me just click on it, and it will say table action. What you need to perform? You need to perform append or overwrite. I will simply say append. Okay, then if we want to enable partitions, let's say I want to just save my data in the form of partitions. If I have big data, I can simply enable it, and then I can simply give partition columns, and it can be any column. Okay, and we do not have like big data, so I don't want to give partitions. Okay, sorted. If I just simply click on close, or let's say clear, then I will be having one more thing, which is called dynamic content. See, what is that? That is the dynamic pipeline, and we will be creating that next. First of all, I just need to run this. Really? Yes. So our pipeline is done. Then we have something called as mapping. What is this feature? Let me just click on import schemas. It has failed. Why? Because I have not selected the table. Okay, let me just select the table. Obviously, for now, we are just creating a new table, trans table. Perfect. Create. Then I'll simply say import schemas. So this will basically import the schemas like source schema, and it will just give, hey, this is your column name, this is your data type, and this will be your data type, and this will be your column. So if you want to just make any changes regarding the source name, or let's say you want to just change the type, you can ensure that, and you can definitely make any changes. Maybe you want to just remove underscore, you can just remove it like this, and it will just save your data like this. So not a big deal. Okay, so you can just make these changes. And now we are all set. We are all set. Now I want to run this pipeline. Really? Yes, I want to run this activity. Ansh Lamba, before you run this, we have one doubt. I know your doubt. Just hold on. I know. I'm coming on that part. But first, I was thinking to just cover the basic things. Then we can just cover that as well. I know your question. We'll cover that. Don't worry. So I am just trying to run this now. Okay. How we can just run that? Simply, I will just go to home to save my work, because that is really important. So first of all, save your work. Then you have something called as run. But before clicking on run, you should always click on validate first, so that it can just pull up any errors if we have. We do not have, amazing. Now click on run from here or from here. So I will simply pick this button. So now it is running our pipeline, and let's see what it gives to us. So as we know, what this activity is doing, it is just pulling the data from the GitHub and creating the table in our Lakehouse. We are just we are not manually uploading this data. Okay, this time we are just pulling the data directly from the API in Fabric. Okay, in Fabric. See, now you are becoming Fabric data engineer. Now you should just flex your skills. See, it has succeeded, man. It's so good to see green things whenever you are just developing pipelines. Okay, so Ansh Lamba, hold on. We want to validate the data. I also want to validate the data. So how I can just validate the data? Simply click on this bronze lakehouse. Okay, simply click on refresh tables, and then you will see one more table that we have just created. Just click on this, and then just click on refresh for one more time. Okay, so it will just take few seconds to refresh. Perfect. Now you can see your one more table, trans table. Whoa, this was cool, man. So let me just click on this. Yes, it is cool. And we all know the format of data. It is in delta packet format, and I have just previewing the data so that you can see. I'm not fooling you. This is the real data that we have pulled from GitHub. Okay. Perfect. So we have three columns, and as you know that I removed the underscore from payment key, and it is removed from here as well, bro. That means I can just change the schema names as well, column names as well. This is cool. Now the real skill. Real skill. It's time to just discuss the real skill. Let me just go back to my pipeline. So as you know, this is my activity. Okay. This is my source. If you observe, this is the relative URL that I have used to pull data for just one file. But Ansh Lamba, what if we want to copy the data for other files as well? Let's say for these files as well. For these files as well. Will we be repeating all these steps again? The answer is yes, you can, but you should not. You can, but you should not. Okay? You can, but you should not. So how we will do that? Here comes the role of parameters. Here comes the role of dynamic pipelines. So what we will do? What we will do, bro? What we will do? So if you just close, oh, my behind the scenes. So what we will do? We will simply go here, and let me just click on this box, and I will have the option called add dynamic content. Okay, simply click on it.
simply click on it. Okay, then if you observe closely, we have everything same. Let me just show you in the link as well. If I just click on this data, if I just click on raw, if you just look at the link like this one, everything is same. The only difference is this file name. That means I can parameterize this, man. I can just keep all the stuff same, and then I can just parameterize this like this thing. Yes, that makes sense. Okay, so should we just do that? Yes. So what we will do, we will create a parameter called x. Okay, let me just create again. Okay, oh man, these x. Okay, okay, so I will just create a parameter called x, and I will provide this value dynamically. One time I will simply say trans, second time I will simply say customer, whatever file name we have. Third time I will simply say uh, fact table, whatever file name we have. The fourth time I will simply put the name of fourth file. Okay, and I will create the parameter here. Simple. So I can just simply copy this code, okay, and I can simply go inside this box using add dynamic content. Then I can just paste this here, but I need to I need to change this value. I need to just run a loop. What loop? For loop. I just need to run a for loop on top of this. Make sense? Make sense? I just want to run the loop on top of this value. Okay, that makes sense. So how we can do that? I will show you. Simply click on cancel for now. In order to achieve this, we need to create one more activity. Okay, so I will simply pull one activity here, and here I will simply pick for each. Simply click on these three dots, then go to control flow and just go to for each. Just drag it here, or just simply click on this. You have both the options. So what I want to do, I want to run my copy activity multiple times. That means number of times equals to number of files that we have. Okay, so for that we obviously need a loop, like a list, an array, so that we can just run our loop. These are the fundamentals of programming language, like for loop, simple for loop. So we will, what we will create, I will simply click on this blank area, then I will simply go to parameters and I will create a new parameter. Okay, simply click on plus new. I will simply say file names. What I will do, I will simply create file names. Okay, and what will be the type of this? The type of this will be array. Okay, then then when we have the type equals to array, now I can just pass the file names in this array. If I just go back, then you will see I can simply pick these file names: transdem, customer dem, fact table, and store dem. Okay, I can just pass these values. Easy. Obviously, once you will do it, it will become easy, and it's not a rocket science. You just need to rewatch this part if you have not understood everything, and it's fine if you have not understood everything. It happens because it is not an easy thing. If it would be so easy, everyone would be competitive. Okay, so that is why you are becoming competitive with my videos. Okay, that makes sense. So how we can just do that, we will see. I'm just explaining it again. So you will create an array, and you will just pass these value. First of all, you will just pass trans, then you will pass customer, then you will pass fact table, then you will pass store. Okay, and your loop will be using this value first, then this value, then this value, then this value, and obviously our copy activity will be running 4 times automatically without any human intervention. It will be pure dynamic, pure dynamic, pure dynamic, pure dynamic. Make sense? Makes sense? Okay, so how we can just do that? I will simply go to my for each. Okay, so this is my parameter. So I'll simply pass a list. So just follow the steps. I have put square brackets. Then I will simply add the name of first file, that is trans, and it should be exactly matching. Okay, transdem,
The second value is customer dim. Okay. Then we have customer dim. Then we have fact table. Then we have store dim. Okay. Ansh, Lamba, why you are not putting .csv? Because that is also constant. I can just use it as it is. Don't need to worry. Store dim. Perfect. So this is my array that I'm using. Simply click on outside, like any area. This is done. This is done. Now I will assign this parameter to this for each activity. How we can do that? Simply click on this activity, and obviously I can just rename it. I will simply say for all the files. Makes sense. Okay. Then click on settings. Then do we need to sequentially run this? Actually not, because there's no link between the files that we need to run. Fact table first, then dim. No, we can just ingest all the data together. So I will not click on check this box. Batch count, do not need to worry. Then items. Then items. If I have like items directly, I can just use it. If I am using parameters, then again I'll be picking add dynamic content, because this is a dynamic pipeline. Click on this. Then you have a parameter here. It is already showing you. So it has shown this parameter to you. Simply click on this. Then it will automatically write this expression builder for you. You do not need to worry at all. Simple. So click on, oops, I just clicked on escape button by mistake. Sorry. So I'll simply click on OK. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, what we need to do? We need to go inside activities. Then we need to click on this pencil button. Then we will be inside this for each activity, and it is asking us, hey bro, now you can run any activity that you want. And I will say, hey, I want to just run that activity that is outside the loop. Can I just bring this activity inside this loop? Yes. How? Simply, first of all, get out of this activity. Simply click on this raw data ingestion. This is your main pipeline. Then click on this and hit Control plus X. That is for the shortcut key command for cut. And yes, it works in Data Factory as well. Then once it is cut, again go to the pencil button and then paste it here. Simple. Now this is the main thing that we need to be very careful. Now just follow my steps. Go to source, copy this, okay, and then go to dynamic content. Now we need to just do something special. We need to write the dynamic expression. So what we will do, we will simply write this whole text. Now what we need to create the dynamic thing, we need to remove this. And in order to remove this with the parameter value that is coming from the loop, we have an expression called at the rate, then curly braces, then write item. Simple. That is your expression. Again, I'm repeating, at the rate, see, then curly braces, then item, then round braces, and then this curly braces again. This is similar to your f string in Python if you are familiar with Python. Okay. So now, by the way, I will just tell you as well if you are not familiar with Python. If I do not use these curly braces, if I do not use, then it will just treat this item and these round braces as a text. But what we are saying, bro, this is not the text, this is the parameter. So now I will simply say okay. Okay, is it done? 90%. Okay, what's that 10%? Okay, so if you just go to destination, now you will see I have hard coded the value here as well. I don't want to hard code it here. Okay, so I will simply click on this and I will simply click on add dynamic content. And the same way, what I will pick at the rate item. That's it. Now you will see I didn't add the curly braces. Why? Because we do not have any text to encapsulate my variable. It is obvious that this is a variable. But if I attach any text after this, then I have to enclose it or encapsulate it in curly braces. Make sense? Very good. Very good, bro. See, now you're learning. So I will simply say at the rate item. Item is basically the iterated value within the loop, or it is equal to I. So let me just write it for you. I want you to understand everything. So if I say for I in list, okay, then return I. So this is your I. Same thing. Okay, makes sense. Now it is so easy, man. Come on, come on, come on. Now you cannot say that you didn't get it. Okay, now simply say okay. Now I will just get out of this loop. Simply click on it. So now this is your for each activity. Okay. Now I will run this activity. Now I will just run this activity again, but I will first save this. Oops, parameter value should be a valid array. Did we make any mistake in the array? Oh, who added this curly round braces? Oops, let me just add comma. Maybe we just added a square braces here. Uh, Let me just rewrite it just to like eliminate any confusion. So I will simply say list open. I am just opening a list. Then I have trans dim. Let me just check the spelling. Trans dim. Okay, in the lowercase. Okay. Then we have customer dim. Perfect. Then we have fact table. Then we have oops, store dim. Okay. Then we have store dim. Perfect. List closed. Okay. Maybe there was a, oh, that is so cool, man. This is not available in ADF. See, the moment I have fixed this, it is saying it is fixed. That means it is monitoring my code during, not only during runtime, but also in the debug mode, or let's say when I'm just compiling it. Wow. This was cool, man. This was so cool. So now this is fixed. I can simply say validate. It is validated. I can simply say save. So it is saving my data now because it is fixed. Now I will run it. Now you will see, okay, just hit okay. Now you will see that my data sitting in this GitHub, all the files will be automatically pulled into my Lakehouse. I will not do it manually. I will not run that activity again and again. I am not doing anything. No, everything will be done by the Fabric Data Factory automatically. That is the power of dynamic pipelines. That is the power. And that's why I love working with Fabric Data Factory. So, by the way, hey Ansh, Lamba, it has failed. Why? Why? Oh, I know why it has failed. What? Why? Just tell us as well. And why one activity ran and why others failed. Okay, I know the reason. I know the reason. I think I didn't add .csv. So if you just look at the error output, so this succeeded. Let me just click on it. This is which file? This is which file? Let me just click on close. Then if I just go inside this, let me just check the file names. Okay, I got it. I didn't add .csv, or did we add? Let me just check what is the issue. Let me just check. Let me just check the error message. It is saying mapping column. Oh man, we didn't remove the mapping. So simply click on this pencil button. There was a silly mistake. Click on this copy activity and then just click on mapping. Then you can simply say delete mapping because we have different schema for different files. So we do not want to fix the mapping. We want to make it auto enabled on all the files. So now it is fine. Now it is fine. Do not need to worry. Do not need to worry at all. So now what we will do, we will simply go to main canvas and we will simply, first of all, remove the data that we have for one file. Or to be on the safer side, we can actually change the destination property of the tables, which is overwrite. So it will simply overwrite the data. Okay, now let me just run this. Save and run, yes. Now it should fine. It should be fine. Simply click on OK. I think now it is fine. And I know your question that you have right now in your mind. I also had that kind of question. So I will just answer that. Don't worry. I know you are thinking, hey bro, what if we want to decide the mapping of each file? What if? What will happen in that particular scenario? I will just tell you, don't worry. That is called dynamic mapping that we do in Data Factory. So I will just tell you about that as well. Don't worry, and I would say don't need to worry. See, now this time all succeeded. Wow. All green. I love that. So I will simply rush to my Lakehouse. I will simply click on refresh button. and I want to see all those 4 tables. 3 are dimensions, 1 is fact. So simply click on refresh for one more time. Simple. We have all the tables, man. See, fact table, store dem, trans dem, and customer dem. Wow, wow. Other 2 tables were initially created, but these 4 are the ones which are directly pulled from GitHub. Wow, man. This is the one. This is the one. This is so, so, so cool. And you can have actually click on like any table and you have dynamically pulled table into the Fabric Lakehouse using Fabric Data Factory. Amazing, man. Amazing. Top notch. Let me just go to the data pipeline for one more time and I will tell you what will happen if you want to dynamically pass the mapping. Simply click on it, go to mapping, then what you can do if you want to, by the way, we do not perform this kind of activity when we are actually ingesting the data, because in the staging layer we just try to put the data as it is in as it is form from the source, but still I want you to learn everything. Click on plus new mapping and then you will simply say add dynamic content. So simply click on it, then you can actually pass the dynamic mapping here. And how you can pass that, simply click on this code. This will give you the code. So what you need to do, you just need to scroll a little bit, then you will simply see something called as translator. By the way, it is not enabled right now because I have not clicked on import schemas. So when you just click on import schema, you will just see the schema mapping of one file. You need to have that one file. Then you can simply go to code. Then it will, I will simply write it for you. You will simply copy the context of translator key. There will be a key called translator. You just need to copy and paste it here in the dynamic mapping. Simple. And you can also create the parameter of that of object type. Otherwise, you can simply say @JSON, then single quotes, and then just pass that mapping. It will just create a dynamic mapping for you. We rarely use it. Trust me, we rarely use it. There will be like, because we do not want to change our schema whenever we are just performing ingestion. We do not. But that is a rare scenario. You should know. That's why I told you. Okay, Anshama, what else we can do? Like in terms of enhancing it, you can do, bro, so much, so much, so much. How and why? Like, actually, we need to know. Okay, first of all, that you can do something called as metadata activity. So this is the lookup. What is this activity and why do we use it? So if you want to, let's say, use the content of any file, any file, like let's say you want to just you just want to use the columns, okay, or let's say you want to just use the maximum value of a file. So in order to do that, you can just perform lookup activity, and you can actually, when you click on it, you will see settings button, and don't worry, I will just show you how you can just do that. Simply go to connection, okay, then you will be having obviously 2 things. Like what you need to do, simply pick bronze lakehouse, then simply pick files, because we have file here. Simply click on browse, then then it will just load it. Don't worry, because I want to tell you about this lookup activity as well. This is really, really important, and yes, you should know about this. So it is taking a long time. Let me just click on browse for one more time. Yeah, so let's say this is our file that we want to use. This can be any file. Okay, this is just a hypothetical situation. Simply click on okay, then this is my file. Okay, then if I just want to use the output of this file, I can. What kind of output I can use? Let me just show you. I will first of all disable this activity because I do not want to run this activity. I just want to run this activity. Okay, simply go to general and deactivate. Then simply click on run, save and run. You can obviously attach this activity here if you want. Okay, do not worry, this will not be running because this is deactivated. So you are fine. You are absolutely fine. See, this is inactivated. So how you can use this activity? You can use the output of the file into any further activities. Any further activity. This is succeeded. Let's say you want, let me just click on the output first, and you will see first row is this one. Let's say you just want to use any kind of column in the form of key value pairs. You can use it. You can use it in your where clause. You can use it to pass into this for each activity as well. You can do anything with this lookup activity. In the real world scenarios, you will most probably using JSON files with this lookup activity. Okay. Then we have something called as, let me just go to activities, click on three dots, then just pick uh, this one, Office 365. This is in preview right now, by the way. Simply attach this. Let me just activate it. So if you, let's say, have any kind of failure in this activity, okay, let's say any kind of failure, you can notify yourself. Okay, just click on it, click on settings, then you just need to sign in with your 365 account, and then you can configure it and intentionally fail this activity if you want. Okay, then you will be receiving the notification via the email. Oh, perfect. Okay, this activity is currently in preview. Maybe this will not work exactly fine in your scenario. When I tried it, it didn't work well, but sometimes it worked well, so it is in preview. So you can just give it a benefit of doubt, so you do not need to worry. But we have this feature and it will be live very soon. So let me talk about something really special. Click on home button, then you will see something called as trigger. What is that? Let's say, see, for now I just ran this pipeline manually. What if I want to schedule this whole pipeline to run at 8 a.m. daily automatically? So I can create something called as trigger, which will trigger this pipeline automatically at the given time. Simply click on add trigger, and then you will see, hey, first of all, source I'm saying events. Then I have action. Obviously, this is the pipeline. So we just load, you just need to wait. That's why when we have features and preview, it messes up, but it's fine. Yes, cancel. So then save location, and then you can say this is our pipeline that we want to trigger. And fabric job obviously run pipeline. What you need to do with this trigger, we just need to run the pipeline. We have other options as well, but like in drop down we just have one option because this is just a pipeline. Maybe we are just using something else. Let's say we are using data flows, maybe we want to publish it, maybe we want to just refresh it. So for pipeline, obviously we will be running the pipeline. Okay, sorted. So this is your trigger that you can use. Then I will just show you, which is really important, really important. And this is called monitoring. This is called pipeline monitoring. Simply click on monitor tab, and this area will show you all the runs, all the statuses, everything. As you can see, we ran over this pipeline, it ran successfully. Then this one, then if you remember, this one failed. Yes. Okay, and everything is written like pipeline date, time, start time. Okay, and submitted by Fabric DE, that is my account. So in, if you are in your organization, you will see your name. Then raw data ingestion. Okay, again, then we ran it for one more time, and this is the location. So you will be having everything, all the logs here in the monitor tab. Okay, and if you just refresh it, let's say you have like all the other logs, you will see it here. Okay, sorted. Simply go to your pipeline for one more time, and this is a pipeline that you can just create, and this will work. Definitely fine. Let me just remove it for now because this is our main pipeline that we are using to pull the data dynamically. I hope you like this area, that is data factory in Fabric Data Engineering. Okay, just try to play with it because you can just do a lot of stuff. And now I will just simply save it because this is the final version that we are referring. Okay, now if I just go to my workspace, I will see this resource as well. See, pipeline, and this is obviously our lakehouse that we were seeing before. So how was it? It was good, right? I know. So what is our next step? We just explored Fabric Data Factory. We pulled data into the bronze lakehouse, and this is our lakehouse. We have our data in the form of tables. Bro, the next thing is Fabric Data Engineering notebooks using PySpark, using Spark, using shortcuts, using connections, like so much of stuff. So much of stuff. Okay, are you excited for that session? Let's do it. So it's time to discuss about data engineering in detail. In detail means in detail, man. Obviously, this is the part of data engineering, and we are already discussing data engineering, but I'm talking about discussing the data engineering area within Fabric. Okay, so let me just take you to the homepage first so that you can actually feel what I am saying right now. So I'm talking about this thing, this area. Okay, this area, this area, this area. So if I just click on it, by the way, I do not want to click on it. So I will simply go here and I will simply select my workspace. Okay, and let me just select my workspace. Okay, this is my workspace. In order to create anything, anything, we would need notebooks. And I'm just talking about data engineering area within Fabric. But do you know what? Even before setting up the notebooks, I want to create something else. What's that? I will create a new lakehouse. Why? As you know, that we have this lakehouse. It's called Bronze LH, that is Bronze Lakehouse. I want to create a Silver Lakehouse because I will be reading data from Bronze Lakehouse. Let's say this is my Bronze Lakehouse, and then I will apply transformations and I will send that data to the Silver Lakehouse. Make sense? Make sense, bro? Make sense? Yes, it makes sense. Okay, because we are just trying to align our solution, align our learning with the Medallion architecture so that you can actually feel what you are doing. Okay, so I will simply create a new lakehouse by clicking on plus new item, and then I will just look for lakehouse. Perfect. And just to keep the naming convention standard, so I will simply say silver lakehouse. Simple. Then simply click on create. It will just create a new lakehouse as we know, right? This is our lakehouse. Now, within this lakehouse, obviously we will be working with PySpark. We will be working with, let's say, notebooks. But even before that, if you just see, if I just click on this files button, like three dots, obviously we can upload the data, right? This is the data that we can just upload. But do you remember that I just talked about shortcuts in very brief, that without even copying the data, we can create shortcuts. Let's say this is my lake house. Okay, let me give you a real time example. Let's say I have my file sitting in bronze. Okay, and we already know about that file. It is called, it is a CSV file. I remember that. Okay, so we know that that file is sitting under files folder. I want to use that file in Silver Lakehouse, but I don't want to copy that data. No, man. No. How I can do that? I will use something called as shortcuts. So what I will do, this is my data. I will create shortcut on top of it, and the target location of this shortcut will be this one, where our shortcut will be residing. And how we can just create shortcut, I will just talk about it. But before that, I will just take you to the documentation page, and I can simply search shortcuts in Fabric so that you can actually know what I'm talking about. Okay, one lake shortcuts, and that is the application of one lake as well, where it solves the problem. And the problem was data duplication. Now we do not need to duplicate our data. We will gain maximum insights using only one copy of data. Okay, so basically, let me just first discuss what are shortcuts. Shortcuts are basically objects in one lake that point to other storage location. In this scenario, our shortcut is pointing to bronze lake house. Okay, the location can be internal or external to one lake. In our case, it is internal, but do not worry, I will just show you how you can just create shortcuts to external locations as well. Do not need to worry. External means, let's say your data is sitting in ADLS, that is Azure Data Lake. Let's say your data is sitting in AWS. So these are external to one lake, right? And internal means within workspaces, within items. Then location where the shortcut appears, it's called like shortcut path. And shortcut appears as folders in one lake, and obviously this is also important. The location that a shortcut points to is known as the target path. So in our scenario, what is a target path? Just tell me. In our scenario, target path is the bronze lake house because it is targeting to that particular point, and the shortcut path is the silver lake house because in the silver lake house we have the shortcut. Okay, now this is a kind of example that they have given for external shortcut. So let's say this is your data folder sitting in ADLS Gen 2, that is your data lake storage Gen 2, and this is a shortcut, and you can see the exact replica of data. And the good thing is data is actually residing here. Data is not sitting in one lake. This is just a shortcut, and this is the identification of shortcut with this link mark. This is cool, right? Don't worry, I will just show you how you can just create it. Don't worry. And obviously where I can just create shortcut inside the lakehouse, and this is the lakehouse thing, and you can just create shortcut in tables. You can create shortcuts in folders like file folders, everything. And in our scenario, we'll be just creating shortcuts in files. Okay, so this was all about shortcuts, and you can say create a one like shortcut. And if you want to create shortcut with ADLS, S3, Google Cloud Storage, everything. Okay, so you should definitely refer this documentation, and let me just show you the practical implementation of that. So how we can actually create. Simply click on these files, like this file, three dots. Then I will simply pick new shortcut. Okay, so it is just launching shortcut wizard. Now it is asking me, hey, is this your shortcut internal or external? I would say, bro, my shortcut is internal. I will just pick this. Then it will say, okay, what is the source for that particular shortcut? That is also called as target. And in my case, it is bronze lakehouse. I will simply click on this. Then I will simply say next. Then it will say, hey, on which part you want to create shortcut? Is it tables or files? I will simply say it is files. And then it will say, okay, pick the file. I will pick the file. And oh, I got it. Because we can only create shortcut till the folder level. So maybe I just need to create the folder first. That's not a big deal. I can simply quickly go to my bronze lakehouse and can simply create a folder. And then I can just upload the file there. New subfolder, and I will simply say store data. Okay, and as you can see, my files folder has store data folder and then dims. Okay, and within this I don't have anything, so I can simply go here and I can simply say get data, and I will just simply upload the file quickly, the same file, this file. So I will simply click on upload. Perfect, now I have the folder ready. Now I can just simply go back to my silver lakehouse. Let me click on the files, like same steps. Okay, this time I will pick bronze lakehouse, click on next, then click on files, and then this time I can simply pick folder, because the thing is we can only narrow down the scope till the folder level. Okay, simply click on this small box, then simply click on next. Perfect, and it is saying, hey bro, this is your shortcut name. If you want to edit it, you can. How? Simply click on this pencil button, and I will simply say store data shortcut, just to make sure like this is shortcut. Okay, I will simply say okay, then click on create. Then you will see a magic. Wow, this is your data. That's called shortcut, store data shortcut. And if I just click on it, you will see the exact file. What? Yes, but actually this data is not here. This data is not sitting here. This data is this one. It is just referring it here with the special icon, as you can see, this one. This is really, really, really cool. Really cool. See, this is really, really, really good. And now you can just refer to this data. You can read this data in your notebooks. I will just show you, don't worry. Notebooks is the like, I know you are really excited to work with notebooks, but this is the thing that you should know, right? Shortcuts are really, really handy. And now you can just use this file as like normal file, and you can just treat this file as it is already sitting in your folder. That's it. That's it. That's it. So I hope you loved the functionality of shortcuts. Did you? I hope so. Okay. So what if we want to create shoulder shortcut uh, if they are external to one leg? So it's very simple. Simply click on these three dots, then new shortcut. Then let's say I want to pick Azure Data Lake Storage. Let's say I have data sitting in Azure. Okay. Simply click on it, and then you just need to create a connection the same way you created in Fabric Data Factory. Same way. You can simply say, hey, just create a new connection, pick this one, and then it will say, okay, I will just create the new connection. It will just load the screen, and you just need to pass the URL. The steps are exactly same that you have used while creating connection in Fabric Data Factory. Exactly same, as you can see. So here you just need to provide the URL of your ADLS, okay, and then obviously connection name, and done. Simple. Simple. You can create shortcut to any of the sources such as AWS, which has, let's say, S3 buckets, with Azure, which has ADLS Gen 2, with GCP, which has GCS, that is Google Cloud Storage. So you can just create shortcut, and you can just treat those shortcuts as the original files. But actually, data is not sitting here, data is sitting in their location. These are just pointing out to that particular location. Okay, sorted. And I know you wanna just try this feature in your Fabric workspace right away. I know this thing. So now it's time to add notebooks in our Lakehouse, and now it's time to actually read the data using PySpark, transform the data using PySpark, then load the data in like using PySpark. Let's do that.
So, are you ready to create your notebook? Are you ready? Let's do that. So now it's time to learn everything around notebooks, PySpark, data reading, data writing, data transformation. Okay, sorted. So I will simply go to this Fabric, then pick data engineering. Then I will have this tab open. Okay, so I will simply go to my workspace, that is Ansh Lamba WS. Looks good. Okay, so as you know that we created Silver Lakehouse, right? And now we just need to create use the Silver Lakehouse. So we'll be using the Silver Lakehouse. Okay, this one. Perfect. So first of all, let me just tell you, this is really important. So the thing is, in Fabric, we do not need to create notebook after going inside the Lakehouse. Let me just repeat with an example. So let's say I have created here a notebook. Okay, we know that in order to work with the notebooks, we need to attach it, or let's say we need to just embed that notebook within the Lakehouse. That is true, but in Fabric, notebooks are independent. That means I can just create this notebook. Let's suppose this is a notebook, and I can either attach this notebook to this Lakehouse, or maybe any other Lakehouse. So we create independently. We create notebooks independently in Fabric. Okay. Have you ever tried cranberries? Cranberries. Have you ever tried? It's really good. You should eat that. Okay. Dry fruits are good in the winters. So now I will simply click on this plus new item. Okay. And then I will just pick notebook this time. Just scroll a little bit, or you can also just search it. Okay. Here it is, notebook. So it will just create a notebook for us. Okay. And don't worry, it is exactly the same like the other notebooks. And still, I will give you an overview. Perfect. So it is saying, hey, new data source languages are now available. Use Apache Spark, T-SQL, Python, and more. Bro, shut up. Okay, so this is your notebook, and this is the interface that you will see when you will just create your first notebook. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I'm here to just tell you everything. First of all, let's close this. So this is your cell. If you are not aware of notebooks, and let's say, like, it can be the scenario, right? Maybe you are not familiar with Jupyter notebooks, maybe you are not familiar with pandas library, because when we just work with pandas, we just use notebooks. So basically what we do and what we need to know in notebooks, so basically these are the cells. See, this is the one cell. Similarly, we can just create another cell, then another cell. So basically we run our code in pieces, because we do not just need to submit the whole script, the whole code. Let's say we have like thousands lines of code and we'll be just submitting at once. No, this is not software engineering. Okay, this is not web development. So if you are from that background, so we do not do that here. We just run our code in pieces because we need to just do a lot of stuff in between. Okay. Okay. So this is a cell where we can just like use any language. Can you use JavaScript? No, that doesn't, I do not mean that you can use any language, but if you just click on this drop down, you will see all the language options. PySpark, that is the major one that we use in the industry. Spark, Scala. People do prefer using Scala, but I don't prefer that. So, and by the way, if you're familiar with Java, then yes, Scala will be a good option for you. But bro, go with PySpark. Then Spark SQL, obviously, we just use Spark SQL a lot. Spark R, yuck, man, yuck. Who uses R language, man? Who uses R language? I hate R. Then we have HTML. Why do we have HTML if we do not want to just develop the web pages, bro? So the thing is, let's say you want to just build something in this cell. Maybe you just need to create a beautiful cell which should be like, let's say, that can be a scenario. Let me be very honest with you. So let's say you just want to create a introduction cell of the notebook. Maybe let's say this is your whole notebook and you want here the pictures related to your project, the pictures related to your department, or like it can be anything, right? So if you just want to create it, if you want to just make it more beautiful, you can definitely use HTML, and you can just embed so many headings, titles, images, URLs, everything. So just to make it like sorted. So by the way, by default, we get the language PySpark. Let's say if I just want to write something like this, so it will be running with the Python compiler or PySpark compiler. If we want to change the language, I will just tell you, don't worry, everything we will be telling you. Don't worry. So first of all, let me just remove this stuff. Okay, this was all about the cell. Then we have the taskbar here where we have some common stuff that we do. First of all, the save button, then this download button, then the settings button. Okay, then this button is really useful. Let's say you have built your whole notebook and you have just run your like all these cells. Now you just want to run the whole notebook in one go, then you can just simply click on run all. Okay, then this connect button, don't worry, we do not need to explicitly use this because this button is useful when you just need to connect your notebook with a cluster. And by the way, Fabric will do it automatically once we just run any cell. Perfect. Then obviously environment, and it will be Workspace default. And when you just click on it, you will just see, okay, Workspace settings, runtime this, Spark 3.5, Delta 3.2, computation medium, and so on. And you can obviously create a new environment. Okay, so let me just show you how you can. Don't worry, I know you're asking me, hey bro, what is this? I will just tell you, don't worry. Let me focus on this area first, okay, because this is really important. So here, if you want to just write anything in Python, obviously you can just write it here. Let me just zoom it. Let's say you want to just run anything. Let's say print hello Ansh. That's it. Okay, if I just run this, if I just want to run this, you have like two options. Obviously you can just click on this run button. Okay, or you can just hit shift plus enter together. It will just run this. And now you can see this change. This will automatically connect it. And do you know the best part of Microsoft Fabric? Do you know that? I will just tell you within few seconds. Okay, this is the best thing. It says your session, your Spark session is started in just 4 seconds. Just 4 seconds. That's the best thing. In any other platform, including Databricks, it takes a lot of time. It takes at least, like, let's say 2 to 3 minutes, even more than that. Let me be very honest. It can take like even more than 2 to 3 minutes, but it just started in 4 seconds. That is the best thing. Now we do not need to just wait. Hey, we have just ran the session and it will just take 5 minutes at least to just start. So now you can see standard session, and it says green. That means it is live. That means we can just now execute anything, because without cluster, without worker nodes, we cannot do anything. Okay, simple, 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 simple. Now your question, Ansh, if we just want to change the language, how we can just do that? Let me just show you. You have other again two options. Let's say you want to just run this cell. Okay, let me just write the SQL command. Let's say I want to say select one, right? I can just do that, right? Or let's say I want to say select Ansh. Perfect. I know that this is a SQL command. So how I will just convert this cell into a SQL cell? So you have two options. One option is simply go to this drop down and just pick Spark SQL, and it will just create this cell. Now you can see colors are changed because now these are being treated as keywords. Okay, so if I just run this, it will just run it using a SQL compiler. Okay, see, as you can see the output, right? Perfect. Now what is the second option? The second option is magic commands. What are magic commands? So we have magic commands to switch the language. So I can simply write percentage SQL, and then whatever I will be writing under this box, okay, in this cell, it will be compiled by the SQL compiler. I can simply say select Ansh. Okay, let me just run that. So it will be just treated as SQL command. Okay, sorted, sorted, sorted. Similarly, you can just switch between Scala and R as well, but the best combination of today's market is Python and SQL. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay, simple. Then another one important stuff. Let's say I want to create a heading. I want to create, because obviously whenever you are just creating notebooks, headings are really important. Not even headings, like titles, subtitles, subheadings, like all those things should be there so that your code will be more readable, and it will obviously promote readability. So it is really, really important. And how you can just create headings? So for that, you just need to hover over this cell, or you can just click on this cell. Then you will see a button. It's called M. M means markdown. M means markdown. Okay, don't mind my handwriting. I know it's really, really beautiful. I know that. I know that. By the way, I'm eating pistachios because I'm really hungry. It's yum. So it is just the markdown cell. What this cell will do? What this cell will do? This cell, like not this cell, this command or this button. What this button will do? This button will convert your cell into a markdown cell. Okay, let me just click on it and I will just show you what do I mean. So simply click on it, and even before clicking on it, you will see convert to markdowns. And whenever you will be hover over this button, so it will just convert it, and you can see this is your markdown cell. Now if you just double click on it, this is your markdown cell. So now you have all the freedom to write anything. You can just make it bold, italic, underline, highlighter. That's great. Even like any code, link, any paragraph, bullet points, order list, any image, you can do anything. So I'll simply create, let's say, silver notebook. Okay. Okay. And I want to make it bold. So I can move my cursor here, and Yeah, so now as you can see, it is bold. If I want to increase the height, or let's say size of it, so I will simply add hashtags. So as you can see, now it is bigger than the previous one. So if I just lesser the number of hashtags, the bigger will be the heading, because it follows the HTML rule like h1, h2, h3. So h1 means the bigger heading. Okay, so if I just run this now, as you can see, this is my heading, and this looks so good, because now you will be knowing whenever you will be landing on this notebook, hey, this is silver notebook. Okay, that makes sense. Then we will be using these headings titles throughout our notebook, so that you can see, okay, this particular cell, or let's say this 4 to 5 cells are basically for this purpose, then the other 5 to 6 cells are basically for that purpose. So that is why it is really important. Okay, perfect, 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 perfect. So now let's talk about this area, because now your fundamentals are clear and you know what to do. Okay, so now in order to, let's say, read any data or write any data, you should attach a lakehouse. You should attach a lakehouse, and it is always the best practice that always attach the lakehouse where you need to write the data. Let me just write it for you. Always attach the data where you need to write the data. Okay, so in our case, what is the lakehouse name where we want to write the data? Correct, it is silver, right? It is silver. It is silver lakehouse. So I will simply go to this plus data source, or let's say this lakehouse. Then it will say add, because we do not have any lakehouse. So I will simply say add, and we have two options, actually three options: new lakehouse, existing with schema, existing without schema. We do not have schema in our lakehouse, so we will just pick existing without schema. Add, and it will say, okay, just pick your lakehouse. I will simply pick silver and add. And obviously, whenever we just attach a new lakehouse, it will just stop the current session, and it will just initiate the new session whenever we will be running any cell. Okay, just say stop now. Perfect. So as you can see, this button is again turned off because this lakehouse is attached. Okay, and you can see, what do we have in this lakehouse? What do we have inside tables? Nothing, because it is empty. Inside files, we have this file. From where it came? From where it came? Okay, I think you know now. So it is a shortcut that we have created, right? See, good, 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 good. Very good, very good, very good. Now, I know that we need to just read this data, and not even just this data. We need to actually read all the data that are sitting in the bronze lakehouse. I will just tell you how you can just read data from a different lakehouse and write the data into a different lakehouse. I will tell you, hold your emotions, because now I want to show you the utilities first. And utilities are really, really, really important. Utilities, yes. So if you are from Databricks background, it is similar to Databricks utilities. If you do not know about Databricks utilities, then just ignore what did I just say. So utilities are basically the kind of functions that are just created for us so that we can perform all the tasks that we perform on a daily basis. One example, and I would say a very normal, like say very popular example as well for utilities. So let's say I want to list all the files that I have under files folder. Okay, how I can just do that? So we have utilities for that, and the utilities that I will be using is called file system. File system. And file system utility is one of the most used utilities. Okay, by the way, we have so many utilities, and for that I will just show you the documentation as well. Fabric notebook utilities. By the way, we have you can say library called notebook utilities, and then we just import ms spark utilities. So I'll just show you. See, just click on it, and you will see, hey, notebook utils, former MS Spark utils. Obviously, MS Spark utils were used in Synapse. So now they are just renaming it called notebook utils. Okay. So this is the file system utilities that I was talking about. And this is one of the most used utilities. And if you just want to list all the options available within FS, that is file system, you can simply say notebook utils.fs.ls. By the way, even before using notebook utils, you need to import this first. Did they mention anything regarding this? No. You need to import this library first, then you will be able to use this notebook utils. Okay. Or you can simply import MS Spark utils as well. So it's your choice. By the way, I prefer using notebook utils directly. I will just show you both the ways. Okay. So this will be the output if you just query this, and I would just show all of this in my notebook so that you can just feel related with that. Okay. So let me just jump to my notebook. So basically I will now, this is my cell. Okay. This is the big, like the biggest heading of the notebook. Now I just want to add subheadings. So I will simply say, convert this to markdown first and double click on it. And then I will simply say bold and I will simply say utilities. Okay. And I want to say H3. Perfect. Utilities. So now I will simply say notebook utils dot fs dot help. Let me just run this. So our session is starting now. See, this time it started in 11 seconds. So time is not fixed, but still it will be starting very soon. See, when I just ran this, I can see all of the options available within this utility, which is notebook utils.fs. Okay. But Ansh, you were saying that you need to import this. Yes. So let's say I want to add one cell here. So let's say I want to use msparkutils.fs.ls, or let's say fs.help. Let me just run this cell. Oh, it worked. Nice. Maybe they have just added this feature. Earlier we were supposed to use first import this like this. I can just show you from notebook utils, import ms spark utils. So we were just doing this before. Maybe they have just embedded this now, because the thing is they are just getting rid of this ms spark utils because this doesn't make any sense. Now they are just using notebook utils, simple. So let me just close this because it is not required. So now this is the utility that you use to perform all the operations related to file system. And one of the most common one is this one, ls, because it will list the contents of a directory. It will just list the contents of a directory, whatever is there in that directory. So I just asked you a question. If I want to know what are the files available under this files option, how I can just do that? It is very simple. Let me just show you. I will simply write notebook utils.fs.ls. ls is the function within the fs. Okay. And then I just need to give the path. And what is the path? It is called files. Simple. Why? Now, this is the thing. You are already attached a lakehouse. It's called Silver Lakehouse. So now you get the advantage of file semantics. What does that mean? If you have already worked with mounting, where you just like dbfs mount, where you do not need to just put the whole url, you can simply put the url in the form of file systems, right? So this is the advantage of attaching a lakehouse. Okay. So that is why it is always suggested to attach the lakehouse which you will be using to write your data. Okay. Now let me just run this. So as you can see, it has returned this information. Path is this one. Obviously, I will just show you the path as well. Don't worry. and it is saying that you have a file with this name. Is it saying right? Yes, we have a file called store data shortcut. Store data shortcut. One thing to notice here. What is the size? Size is 0. Can we have any file with size 0? Obviously no. Why do we have 0 then? Why? Let me just test your knowledge. So if you were able to answer, then it's good, because this is a shortcut. This is not a file. This is not a file. This is not holding any data. This is just pointing out the data to the other location. So if you were able to answer, then you should eat some cranberries. I just put it there because I was just munching it, so I thought like I will be just eating a lot then. Okay, so now you know how to just list the content. Okay, another utility that I want to show you, it's called fs.cp. CP means copy. If you want to just copy your data, you can just copy that data. Really? Yes. So you can simply write notebook.fs.cp, and then you need to just pass two parameters. One parameter will be your source, second parameter will be location. In our scenario, currently we do not have any files, so I cannot copy any data, but once we have file, I will just show you. But I wanted to just show you this command, and obviously we have file in bronze Lakehouse. We cannot definitely run this command, but this is really good, so you should know about it. Okay, perfect. Sorted so far. So now it's time to actually read the data. Okay, now the thing is, Ansh, Lamba, we want to know how we can just read the data using, let's say, Spark, or let's say PySpark. So the answer is very simple. So first of all, I will just create a heading, and I will simply say plus markdown. So it will create a markdown cell for me. So I will say data reading. Okay, and I will not add any hashtag because this is not a heading, this is just a title. So see, now it makes so much of sense that I'm just reading the data, and I have just created a small heading, and whatever cells will be involved in this, you will get to know, okay, these cells are involved in data reading. Okay, that's why we create the heading, subheading, titles. By the way, I want to add heading. It looks good. Oh no, the text was really small, so that's why. Okay, so now before, by the way, do you know the flow? Because I have discussed it many times, so I'm discussing it for one more time. This is our Lakehouse, which is called bronze. Okay, and we will be, by the way, we are sitting here, so this is silver, and this is our notebook attached to this one. So we gonna read this data here, and then we will be just applying some transformations, and then we will be feeding this data to this silver Lakehouse. Sorted? Makes sense? Very good. So in order to read the data, I will first show you how to read the data within the data within the Lakehouse. That means if you have some data stored in the same Lakehouse, how to read that data, because then only you will understand, okay, how to read the data from a different Lakehouse. Okay, because both the entities are different. Okay, so if I have data within the same Lakehouse, so how I can just do that? So I'll simply say df is just a variable. Okay, so df equals spark dot read. Spark dot read is an API, is a data reader API that we use in Spark. Okay, so once you say spark.read, it is alert, okay, we need to just read some data. Spark.read, then format. What is the format of the data? So in our scenario, it is a shortcut, but the data we know is in the CSV format. If I just click on it, see, this is CSV. So I'll simply say CSV. Perfect. Then backslash, go to next line. Then I will say header true, because I want to make it true. In case of CSVs, we have to do it because CSV files do not have any schema. So we have to tell, okay, bro, just treat the first line as header. Then there's a very strong function available in Spark. It is called infer schema. What is this function? So basically, whenever we do not want to pass any schema, we want Spark to guess the best schema for our data. So we will just use infer schema. That's it. We will simply say true. Okay. Then I will simply say load. Now we need to give the location. So in this scenario, what is the location? We all know it's called files. And within files, we have a folder called store data shortcut. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let me just run this. So it is running that cell. Done. Our DF is ready. Do you want to see that? How we can just display the data if I want to just see my data? So we have a command called display and then put DF inside it. Then just run this. Oh, perfect. As you can see, our data is ready. Wow. So you are able to read data sitting in the same lakehouse with which your notebook is attached. Okay. Now. By the way, I can simply add one more markdown and I will simply say same lakehouse. Okay, same lakehouse. Now I will just add one heading where I will say different lakehouse, or let's say bronze lakehouse. Now you need to read data from a different lakehouse. How you can just do that? So for that, we first need to go to bronze lakehouse. Why Ansh Lamba? I will tell you. Go to your workspace first. Go to bronze lakehouse. Okay. Then it will obviously open the Lakehouse Explorer. This is your Lakehouse Explorer. So it is just loading the data stored in. So do not need to worry. It will just take some time. So let it load that data. Oh man, just do it fast. Okay, it will just load the data. I don't care. So the thing is, now this is your data sitting here under tables. So how your Silver Lakehouse will know that you need to read the data from this lakehouse only? How? The answer is using the URL. Okay, that makes sense. So how we can just get the URL of the data? So it is very simple. Simply click on these three dots. Then you will simply see properties. Okay, click on this and then you will be having so many URLs. Ansh Lamba, which one we should pick and why? So you should always pick ABFS path because whenever you are working with notebooks, it likes ABFS path. And this is the path that we use in Databricks as well. So you would be familiar with that as well. If you are not familiar with Databricks, then just ignore whatever I say about Databricks. So just copy this. Okay, just copy this. And then you can simply go to your notebook. Okay, now I will simply say df, and what was the table name? It's I think called customer. So I will simply create a df underscore cust. Why? Again, it will promote readability. The person will know, hey, this is a data frame for customer, so it makes sense, right? Okay, df cost. By the way, I was being scolded by my teacher so like so much because I was the one in the whole class who didn't even use indentation till the end. Because I started my coding with C++, and in C++ we actually do not need to indent anything. In Python we have to, but in C++ we do not need to. So I was the one who used to just write the whole code in one line. And my teacher was like, what are you doing, Ansh? I just need to scroll like through the whole line. I was like, so what? It's your duty, just do it. I didn't say that, by the way. So df cust. Then I will simply say spark dot read dot format. Now, do we need to write format? Just tell me. No. Why? Because we have the data stored in the form of table. Okay. And what is the format of that table? It's delta. It's delta packet. So we do not need to write CSV or anything. We will simply say delta. Okay, perfect. Then I will simply say dot option. By the way, no, I do not need to write option as well because everything is sorted in Delta Lake. We have schema, we have everything, like we have data types as well. So do not need to define schema, do not need to define header, nothing. Just say dot load. That's it. That is the power of Delta Lake. Now I will simply paste that URL here. I just need to encode it in double quotes. So I will do that. So let me just explain you the URL as well. Don't worry. It is not like, hey, Ansh Lamba, you're not just explaining us the URL. You have just pasted it. No, I will just tell you everything. So basically the thing is, whenever you write ABFS, this is constant. You have to use it. Okay. ABFSS. Then this is my container. Container, yes. Your workspaces are the containers. Your workspaces are the containers. Okay. So this is the container. Then your storage account name. But Ansh Lamba, we didn't name any storage account and we didn't create any storage account. That's why it will be constant in all the scenarios. You will also be seeing OneLake. I will also be seeing OneLake. In Azure, we have to just give the storage account name a unique name throughout the Azure network, but this is the same. Then this is our Lakehouse type, not type like item type. Okay, and this is the, by the way, this is the Lakehouse name. This is the Lakehouse item type. So this is the name, bronze lakehouse dot lakehouse. Why do we need to add dot lakehouse? Because we need to tell Spark that this is a lakehouse, because we can just use warehouse as well. So we have to mention, hey, the item type is lakehouse. Then we know that we have tables. Then table name, simple, sorted. Okay, very good. Now let me simply run this. Okay, let me just display the data. Display df cust. Perfect. Perfect. As you can see, your data is ready. We have 4 columns: customer key, name, contact number, and ID. So let me just expand it. By the way, do not try to just call these people. I don't know these people, and do not like, just call them and just say, hey, we got your contact from Ansh Lamba. Hey Sumit, hey Kailash. So do not say like this. Do not just search the number of girls. Hey, whatever. Oh, by the way, we do not have any girls number here. No. So then it is the message to girls. Do not just try to call these boys, okay? I promote equality. This is for you as well. Do not try to call Kailash or Ajay. Do not. Okay? So these are the customers. Customer key. Wow, man. Just check the spelling of this column. Customer key. Wow. By the way, I didn't just mention it. Don't make fun of me. I just downloaded this data from the Kaggle. Okay. DF cost sorted. Now I want to show you what is the other way of reading the data. What? Do we have like so many ways? The answer is yes. If you are reading the data from table, you have actually 2 ways, because this way of reading the data is reading the files directly. So as you can see here, this was our table that's called customer, but the actual data was sitting in delta format. So currently we just queried this data, this one. We didn't query the table, baby. We didn't query the table. We need to query table. Then there is another way. So I will just show you that way as well. So it is very simple, and it is like pretty much easier. It is like same difficulty level is same, but you will not need to write a lot of code. So simply click on plus code. Then I will say df cust. Okay. Then I will say simply spark dot read dot table. This time I will say table. Okay. And what is my table name? It is called customer dim. But Is it sufficient? Is it sufficient? No. It will say, hey, which customer dim? Where customer dim? Where it is sitting, I don't even know. So I'll say, hey bro, just calm down. I'm just telling you where it is residing. So I'll simply say bronze, Lakehouse, dot customer dim. Just give me this data. Then I will simply run this cell. So now you will see the same results. Same results, same results, same results. See, now you do not need to put the URL. You do not need to put the format. Simple, bro. Simple. Now you just need to put spark.read.table and that's it. So let me just display this data as well. So it's your choice. If you like this one, then go for it, bro. Go for it. If you like reading data using URLs, then go for it. By the way, I love using URLs. So it's up to you. By the way, I will just show you df cost. Perfect. See, there's no change. Everything is same. So now you will say, hey Ansh Lamba, why did you use same variable name? So in Spark, we cannot change the data frames. We cannot manipulate data frames. That means every time it will create a new data frame. It is not like I'm just making changes in the current df cost. No. Every time it will create a new data frame. Just remember this thing. We cannot change, we cannot manipulate data frames in Spark. No. No. This is not pandas where you can just make in place changes. No. Every time, whenever we are making any change, anything, it is creating a new data frame. Just remember this thing. Okay. Sorted. Now. Let me just remove one thing, or should I just keep both? Ansh Lamba. Just keep both. Just keep both. Okay. Now I will make some transformations in this data. Okay. And let me just add a heading here, bronze lakehouse. Let me just give it heading of h4 because I will just add one more markdown and I will simply say customers data. See, now it is sorted. So now I will just make transformations. So what kind of transformation we will use? And Ansh Lamba, please tell us everything, like how you are just making those transformations. So not a big deal. In this particular column, as you can see, we have a column called name. Okay. But I want to break this column into two columns, first name and last name. But there's a condition. If we have only first name, then just fill the first name in that column called first name. If we do not have the second name last name, bro, last name, then just keep it empty. Plus, if we have both the things like first name and last name, then use this space as a delimiter, as a delimiter to split the column. How we can just do that, let me just show you. By the way, this is a real-time scenario, so, and we need to obviously create two different columns. So here we will be using multiple functions inside one cell. So do not worry. I will just tell you step by step how you just need to apply. So I will simply create a new column first. It's called df cust equals df cust dot with column. With column is a function available within Spark with the help of which we can create a new column or we can transform the existing column. Okay. So df dot with column. Then it is saying what will be the name of the new column. I am saying first name. Simple. Okay. Then comma. Then I need to define the transformation that I want to apply on this first name. I will simply say split the column called name. Okay. And once you split that column, what will be the delimiter? Delimiter will be space. So I have just added space. Then once you have splitted that column, it will create the list. Let me just show you first. Otherwise you will be feeling, hey bro, what you are doing? So let me just show you this first. Okay. So let me not save it here. For now, I will simply say display. I'm just showing it to you so that you can know how I'm doing it. So now it will just create a list. Let me just run this. Because whenever you just split the column, what is wrong? Oh, yeah, I know that. Basically, let me just first explain you this. So error is not actually an error. So whenever we just split the column, so splitting that column will just split all the values and store it in a list. Okay, this is a fundamental. I know it can be confusing, and if you are familiar with Python, then it should not be confusing. Okay, so now what is the error? By the way, we have not imported the library, so it is saying, hey, what is split? I don't know. You dump. I will just tell you what is split. So I will simply import libraries. So we have some libraries for functions. It's called from PySpark dot SQL dot functions import asterisk, because I will be using so many functions. Then we have from PySpark dot SQL dot types import asterisk. Simply run this, and then this dump cell will say, hey, now I know what is split. Perfect. As I was saying, this column will create a list, and it will hold all the values. As you can see, both the values. Now what I will do, I will simply fetch only zeroth element. Zeroth element means the first element. Let's see this one. See this one, Kailash. Who is Kailash? Why I'm taking Kailash's name? Okay, let's say Dipender. So it will just pick this name because I have just put zeroth element here. Okay, perfect. Let me just display this as well so that you can know what I'm saying. Perfect, bro. Perfect, beautiful. Now you can see in first name column, you just have first name. See, Bhagwat. Oh, we have. So as you can see, we just have like first names. So we have successfully created this column. Similarly, now you need to create the last name column as well, and it's your duty to create that. Don't worry, I'll just show you, but you should just try it on your own. So let me first remove display, because now you know what I'm trying to do. So now what I will do, I will simply create another column called with column. So first of all, I will just add slash, because slash is used to go to the next line. So now here I will say dot with column. That means I am saying that add another column, and its name is last name. Perfect. Then same thing, split, then column object, then name. This time delimiter is always space, but this time we will use oneth index. Oneth index, not zeroth, oneth. That means the next one. Okay, so this is done. I will simply say display df cost. Okay, perfect. Let me just run this. What happened, man? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with this? Unexpected character. Oh man, this is like sometimes what it does, it does not take backslash, it does not execute this thing. I don't know why. If you will just add any space, it will say, hey, why are you just adding space? But it will be improved, don't worry. So I just remove the space. Bro, just be understood, man. Just be understood. Don't be like, be understood. So as you can see, we have successfully created two columns, first name and last name. And as we just said that if we have first name and last name, then fill the columns, otherwise just keep it as null. Okay, null. Now you will say another requirement, that is our transformation number 2. Actually, I do not like nulls. So Ansh, Lamba, can you just fill these null values with some constant values, please? Let's say NA or something like that, because null creates problems. Okay, so in order to do that, we have a transformation, and it's called dfcost dot fill NA. Okay, and here what I will do, I will simply pass a dictionary. Why? Let me just tell you. So I will simply first of all say last name, and then I will say put NA. That's it. And then I will simply say display df cost. Let me just run this. Okay, perfect. As you can see, we have NA instead of null, and this is not null now, this is a constant. Okay, why I passed a dictionary? Because if you want to provide different constants to different columns, so this is the function that you will be using. This is the dictionary that you will be using. Okay, just keep this thing in your mind. Keep this thing in your mind. Very good, Ansh Lamba. Very, very, very good. You're so smart. No, bro, I'm not. Hmm. Okay, this data frame is all set now. All set. Now it's time to actually write this data. This is the fun part, and this is the part that we are waiting for, because now we are actually writing the data to our silver lakehouse. And here is the thing where you need to encounter so many new stuff, and just be ready, just buckle up, just have some 2 to 3 sips of your coffee, because now you need to understand some new concepts. Maybe these concepts you already know, but it will be a good revision for you. So first concept that you will be using, or that we will be learning here, is this one: manage tables. Basically manage tables versus external tables in Fabric. Okay, in Fabric. Okay, so now it's time to actually know what are managed tables and external tables in Fabric, because whenever we are writing the data, so it's the choice that we have whether we need to store the data in managed table or external table. So this is the time to do that. Let's do it, or let's see what is that. So first of all, let's try to understand manage delta tables. Okay, manage delta table. So in order to create manage delta table, we just need to let's start with like very basics, so that you can just understand everything. So the thing is, let's say this is you. Okay, this is you, or let's create a girl, because otherwise you will say, hey, why you just take examples of boys? I know girls are also data enthusiasts. So is it fine now? Yeah, I think so. My drawing skills, oh man. Oh, wait, wait. Yeah, now it is fine. Okay, so let's say you are just trying to write the data. Okay, so when you just create managed tables, just forget about delta tables, like managed tables. So in that particular scenario, what will happen? Your metadata of the table, let's say this is your table. Okay, let's say this is your table. So the metadata of the table, that means your columns, your data types, your table name, everything will be stored in the meta store, will be stored in the meta store. And what is the meta store? It is tables folder in our case. Okay, tables folder, yeah. So it will just hold that information there. Okay, simple. And that data will be stored in the storage which is managed by Fabric. Okay, which is managed by Fabric. And what is that storage? This is tables. So that is why whenever you create the table under tables folder, you see files as well, because your files are residing there. That means it is managing your data as well. So Ansh, what is the big thing? Like it is good because it is managing my table. No, bro. No. By the way, it totally depends, because now I will just tell you the reality. Let's say you want to drop this table. Let's say you want to drop this table. Let's say you wrote a command, it's called drop table, blah, blah. Okay. It will obviously delete the metadata. That makes sense, because we do not want to see that table, but it will also remove the data files as well. Let's say if you want to just keep that data safe, then you cannot just have the data back, because this is a managed table. This will be removed. Not immediately after I think 7 days, but it will be removed because this is a managed table. Oh, okay. And in case of external tables, let's say you again have a data. Let's create a boy this time. Okay. Okay. This looks good. This is Jordan. Okay, perfect. So now let's say you have a data. Okay. So this time you are writing the data and you are creating an external table. So obviously same thing, metadata will be stored in the meta store in the tables folder, but your data can be stored anywhere, anywhere. Trust me, your data can be stored anywhere. Oh, okay. Maybe in the storage of another lakehouse, maybe in the storage of your current lakehouse, but let's say you store the data in the same lakehouse, but your data this time will not go under this tables folder. This will go under files folder. Okay, I will just show you all the things. Do not need to worry, do not get confused, because you just need to grasp the idea. That's it. You do not need to understand the everything. So now if you just drop the table, obviously this will be dropped, but these files will not be dropped. This will be there under files folder. Make sense? Okay, now I'm really excited to just show you this, how we can just do that. Okay, so let me just say data writing. So how we can just write the data, it is very simple. We just need to use writer API. So it is called dfcust.write. Okay, then it will say what is the format. I want to save the data in delta format. Okay, then I will simply say dot mode. Okay, now this is again like another learning for you. What is mode? Okay, for now I'm simply saying append. Okay, or let's say I'm simply saying overwrite. Okay, overwrite. Then we have dot option, and here option, I will define the path. Just remember, if you define the path, okay, only then it will create an external table. Otherwise it will not create an external table. Create an external table. So for now I'm just creating an external table just to show you how to create one, but otherwise we'll be creating the managed tables. Okay, so dot option, I will simply say path. Okay, then what is the path? Here's a tricky thing. The path is this one, because I want to store my data under this files, not under tables. So obviously you have two options to define the path. One thing is you can use the relative URL, which is files underscore, let's say, external data. It will just save it. Otherwise you can simply click on these three dots, then copy ABFSS path and then just paste it here. Perfect. And I will simply create folder within files. So I will simply say external data. Perfect. Okay, then I'll simply add slash, and oh, I just hit shift plus enter by mistake. I was trying to hit enter only, so do not mind. Okay, now I will say dot save as table because I want to create a table as well on top of it. And what will be the table name? It will be external table, because this is just a demo table. I'm just showing you how to create external table. Okay, and obviously Lakehouse name. So Lakehouse name is Silver Lakehouse, because I want to show you manage an external tables, actually how it looks and how it works. Okay, and by the way, do not worry about this mode because I'm going to talk about this as well in detail. Bro, don't worry, don't worry. Okay, dot save as table. Let me just run this first. Let me just run this and let me just show you what happens. This is our external table. Perfect, perfect. Let me just go to my workspace. Okay, let me just go to my Silver Lakehouse. Perfect. And see, you can see a table, external table. Wow, this is external table. Yes, I know this is wow. But did you see something else? You saw this external data file. Wow, that means our file is sitting outside of this tables folder. That means this is an external table. And you want another proof? Let me give you some proofs. How? Simply click on these three dots, then click on properties. Here you will see type of the table is external, not managed. Not managed. One more thing. One more thing. By the way, this is the output of the file. Okay. One more thing. Here you will see option view files. Just click on it. I clicked on it. Nothing happened. Why? Because we do not have any files. This is an external table. This is an external table. Now, another experiment that I want to do. What's that? In this scenario, I just saved the file. Let me just refresh it. So as you can see, new folder. In this scenario, I just saved the data within the same lakehouse. Can we store the data outside the lakehouse? And we can store the metadata of the table inside the lakehouse, like in other lakehouse. I want to experiment it. Okay, so in this scenario, what I will do, I will simply say bronze lakehouse. Wow, man, let's experiment. Bronze lakehouse. So I am saying that create the table, and let me just change the table name as well, because that's why we can just identify. So I will simply say external data 2, and here as well external data 2. So now what we are saying, just write this data. Let me just run it. Write this data, create a new table in our existing lakehouse, but store the data of that table outside the lakehouse. Let me just test like what happened. So let me just refresh it. Bro, I can see external table 2. Okay. This is the data. And let me just refresh this files. I should not see external table 2. Perfect. Let me just go to bronze lakehouse now. Okay, let me just refresh this one. Oh man, this worked. So we can just store the data. By the way, I knew it. So we can just store the data of a table, of an external table within the same lake house, or within the, like, not within the same lake house, like outside the lake house as well. That means we can store the data anywhere. Wow, this was amazing. Yes. Okay, so now let me just go back to silver lake house. This is done. Now you know everything within the silver lake house and within the external tables. Okay, by the way, this was just the test. For this particular purpose, we are just creating managed tables. Okay, so let me just remove this option path. Okay, and let me just give the table name with some right naming convention, and it is saying it will be customers dim. Perfect. Let me just run this. This time I have not given the path. That means it will create a managed table. Let me just run this. Perfect. Let me just refresh it. Perfect. Now let me just take you to the silver lake house for one more time. Now see, you are just learning everything. I'm just trying to connect all the dots, because I do not want you to just see the basic stuff and that's it. No, bro, no. You will learn everything. So now you have three tables, right? If I just click on these three dots, if I just click on properties, you will see type equals to managed. Wow. As I just mentioned that this time you can also view the files because data is sitting inside the tables folder. Okay. Now you know everything. I'm really happy that now you know. Okay, so now let's quickly talk about the output modes as well, because I know you were just waiting on that as well. So currently we have used overwrite mode. By the way, how many modes we have and what is the purpose for each mode? So basically you have four types of modes. One is overwrite. Okay, we have append. Okay, we have error, we have ignore. These are the four types of the output modes. Let me just explain you all the types quickly. Let's say this is your data. This is your target location. Okay, this is your target location. Perfect. So we have already used overwrite. Okay, so let me start with append. So let's say you have a file sitting here, any file. Okay, and if you use append mode, what this append mode will do? So this append mode is like the most disciplined student of the class. Okay, this is the most calm student of the class. It will say, it will just go to target location and it will say, hey, there's a file already sitting. No worries, I will not disturb anyone and I will just sit here. I will sit here and I will just take my seat. Okay. Okay. This is like very sweet, very sweet, very sweet. Teacher's favorite student. Okay. Then, then we have override. We have like override. This is like me. What it will do? It will go to the location and it will say, hey, who the hell are you, man? Just get out. Just get out. It will just throw this file out and it will sit calmly here. By the way, I'm not like this, man. I was just kidding. So this is your override command. It will just remove all the data and it will just keep the recent data that I'm just trying to insert. Okay. Then we have error. This guy, this student is like very complaining. Like this is the crybaby of the class. So it will go to the location and it will say, hey, some data is already there. So it will start crying. It will just go to the teacher and it will say, hey, there's a file already sitting there. I will not write that data, blah blah blah. So it will not write any data and it will just throw the error and will say, hey, I'm not writing data. There's like there's someone sitting already in that location. Okay, this is the crybaby. Then we have ignore. This is the dumbest student of the class. Okay, let's say we have the data here and this is the lost student. This student does not even bother like anything in the world. It will simply go, it will simply go to the location and it will say, hey, someone is sitting here. So okay, I do not need to do anything. It will go somewhere else and like it will be lost. Like it will not even complain to the teacher that some data is there. It will not even be written here. It will not even just kick this data out and just write this data. It will do nothing. It will do nothing. It will say, hey, some data is there, so I think I should not do anything. Let's go somewhere else. That's it. It will not do anything. This is the dumbest student of the class. This is like, I can see some faces of my like childhood days. Oh man. Okay, so this is all about your output modes, and I hope that you now you know everything about output modes. Okay, so I love override mode. No, just kidding, just kidding. I'm like the most. I was the most calm student of my class. Really, Ansh? No, you are lying, man. You are lying. You cannot be. So this is all about your override, and now we have successfully created one table that is called customers dem. Now let's quickly read the next table from our now let's read the fact table. So in order to do that, I will simply create the markdown cell and I will simply say fact table. Simple sort. So I will simply say df fact, and now you know how to read the data, right? Simple spark dot read dot table. So I'm just using table. Okay, and bronze lakehouse dot fact table. Is it the name of that table? Let me just confirm. It's with underscore. Yeah, it's with underscore. Perfect. So now I will simply run this command and I will simply load this data for df fact. By the way, I will also show you something related to visualizations within Spark Notebooks as well. Yeah, we'll show you. Don't worry, don't worry. So this is loaded. Let me just display it. Display df fact. Okay, perfect. So as we all know about fact tables, in fact tables we just have keys and obviously the numeric numbers. So we do not have much to transform in fact table, I know. So we will be just writing this table as it is, because as you can see, all the dimension keys are in string format and we do not have anything. By the way, wait, we can just make transformation. The quantity is in ABC, that means it is in string format. Okay, and I don't want that. Same with unit price and same with total price. I want to change it. So here's a good opportunity to tell you about the typecasting within PySpark. So how we can do that? It is very simple. So I'll simply say dffact equals dffact dot with column. So now, as I just mentioned that with column is also used to transform the existing columns. So the difference is you just need to use the same name instead of a new name. Okay. So the name of the column is quantity. Okay. So I'll simply say quantity. Oops. Quantity. Simple. Now, how I can just typecast this column? It is very, very simple. So first of all, you just need to write call dot quantity, that is the column object of quantity, dot cast. Okay, then we just need to define which type we want. We want integer type, so we will simply say integer type. This is the API function within PySpark. So this is fine, but this is not enough because we have other functions as well, like other columns. So we will simply say dot with column, and what will be the column name? This time it will be unit price. Okay, so I'll simply say unit price. Perfect. And then the same thing, column unit price dot cost, and this time as well integer type, integral type, integer type. Perfect. Then same with the third column as well. So I will simply copy the whole code instead of rewriting it. So this time it is total price, I think. So this time it will be total price, and obviously everything is same. Let me just run this. Perfect. So I want to now display the schema, and how we can just display the schema? It is very simple. Simply say df fact dot print schema. Perfect. Let me just run this. So now, as you can see, this is my schema, and if you just observe, unit price, quantity, and total price are of integer type now. See, integer. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Okay, perfect. So now I will just show you something before writing this data. So actually for that, I will first write display df fact. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Oops, I just write display. I meant display. So it is just displaying the data, that is df fact. Okay, perfect. So now let's say you are analyzing the data as well, because sometimes it can be the scenario where you are actually analyzing the data meanwhile writing your code, right? Yes, it is a very common scenario. So you do not need to go to any third-party BI tool to actually see the data, or you do not need to download the CSV file and then just upload that CSV file and then design something. So you can just create real-time charts while writing your code in the notebook. This is so amazing, man. And how you can do that? So this is your display. This is your output, right? So simply click on plus new chart, and then wow. So this will just develop a chart. Obviously you can change it based on, let's say, x axis and y axis, and here it is saying start editing and build my own. So you can just create all the charts on your own. So it has just give you some of the suggestions, or let's say, obviously, like it will just recommend you, hey, according to your data you can build this chart. For example, one recommendation is this: sum of total price by item key. This makes sense. Then another suggestion is sum of quantity by unit. That makes sense. Maybe it is like CT, tubs, PK, LB. So it makes sense. So it is just giving you suggestions as well. Or let's say you want to pick this one, sum of unit price by unit. Okay, you can just click on it and it will be appeared in your notebook. And you know, best thing, it is interactive. It is all interactive. You can just click on it and you can just select it, or you can just keep it as it is. Do not need to worry. Or if you just want to edit it, like this one, if you want to edit this chart, maybe you want to change the color palette or anything, see, you can just change the x-axis, color palette, everything. Or if you just click on advanced, obviously you can just define the theme as well. As you saw that you can do a lot of stuff within your notebook. You can actually build visualization. So it is your choice. You can switch to table and chart that you have created, and you can just keep it as it is. Because obviously, maybe you just need to visualize your data simultaneously. So it is a great feature, great feature, great feature. I love it. So now it's time to write the data. So I'll simply say df fact dot write dot format, and format is obviously delta. Then obviously the mode, now you know all the modes, so I'll simply pick overwrite. Then I'll simply say dot save as table, because I want to create a manage table. So I'll simply say silver lakehouse dot fact table. Okay, let me run this and it will just create the table for me. And it is almost done. Yep. Meanwhile, I can just create a markdown cell for my next table. Yeah, it is done. Okay, so I will just simply create markdown cell, and I will simply say, I think, what's the table name for that? It is called transdim and storedim. Okay, storedim. Let's load storedim first. Storedim. Okay, store dimension. Okay, so in order to read that, now you know how to read that. So I will simply say df store equals to spark dot read dot table, and it is bronze lakehouse dot store dim. Perfect. Let me just load this. Let me just load this. So it is just reading the data from that table. Oh man, come on, do it fast. Okay, perfect, done. Now let me just display the data. For that, display df store. Let's see what transformation we actually need to apply on this display store. Okay, perfect. So this is the data, and this has store key, this has store division, this has district and upazila. Okay, so now what we can do in this, we have one requirement. Okay, let me just tell you. So now I want to create one single column which will consist your district and upazila, but I want to connect these two columns and create one, but I want to add one hyphen like this. Okay, like this. I just want to add hyphen. Who's that, man? There are kids in my apartment. Oh man, these kids. Okay, so this is your district, this is your upazila, and you want to just combine these two columns and create one column, and just add this as a separator, hyphen. That's it. How we can just do that? Let me just tell you, bro. I'm here to tell you. So I will simply create a new column, df store equals df store dot with column, and I will simply name it as address. That's it. Yeah. Then I will simply say concat. Okay, and then I will simply pick column called, what is the column name? District and upazila. Yep, district and upazila. Okay, district, and then I want to add hyphen between both, then column upazila. Oops, column upazila. Perfect. That's it. Let me just display that. By the way, it is not done yet, but I want to just show you, and I will just tell you why it is not done. What's that, man? What happened? Oh, we just need to use lit. By the way, if we ever want to use constant, we have to use the function called lit. What else is missing? Display. Oh, my bad. Display store. My bad. Okay, done, man, done. We have a new column called address. Wow. So now, as we know that we have a new column called address, so we do not want these two columns, right? So we need to just drop these columns. And how we can just drop this? I will simply say df store equals df store dot drop, and then I will simply say subset equals to, then I will just define the list of the columns, and in my case it is district district, and obviously Upazila. Perfect. Let me just run this. Data frame dot yeah. We do not need to use subset. We use subset with drop duplicates. Silly mistake. You can just ignore this list and just run this now. This should run fine, man. Yeah, perfect. So as you can see, those two columns are dropped, and we just have like these three columns, and that's what we want. So now let's quickly write this data. Okay, so df store dot write dot format is delta, then dot option dot mode, basically mode is overwrite, then dot save as table, and table name is obviously silver lakehouse dot store dim. Okay, let me just run this command, and then we have just one last table that we need to load and transform and write it, and then we will be creating our gold layer, and we will be creating our data warehouse very soon. Just few more minutes, baby. So let me just create a markdown cell, and let me just say, what was the name of that table? That one, it's called transdim. Okay, transdim. So simply say trans dimension. So obviously I will just read the data. Bro, now you should know how to read the data. Come on, man. Read dot table. Okay, and obviously the table name bronze lakehouse dot transdim. Okay, let me just run this. Okay, perfect. Let me just display the data. Display df trans. Oh, very good. So we have basically trans means like transaction. So basically in this trans dim we have payment key, trans type, and bank name. Okay, bank name. So now I have one opportunity here. By the way, we do not have like much records because this makes sense. Now what I want to do, I want to replace this value. Really, yeah, I want to replace this value. And how you can do that, I will just tell you, don't worry. So I want to say whenever my bank name is not available, instead of saying none, I want to say not available. Specifically, I want to mention not available instead of none. Okay, like there's no bank name with none. Bank name is there, but it is not available. Okay, so how we can just do that? Basically, and just to give you a disclaimer, this is not null, so you cannot use fill na. You have to use replace function. Yes. So how you can just do that? Basically, I will simply pick the same column name. It is called bank name. Okay, df trans equals df trans dot with column, and then what's the column name? Bank name. Okay, bank name. Perfect. Then I will use a function called regex replace. This one, regex replace, and I will simply say whenever you have none, just replace it with not available. Okay, let me just display this as well. df trans. Let's see the result. Oh, what's wrong? Regex replace missing one argument replacement. What? Oh, we forgot to mention column. Column is bank name. Okay, perfect. Perfect. As you can see, our bank name column now has this value called not available instead of none. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. So it is all sorted, man. Now let's quickly write this data as well. And now we are all set to create our gold layer in data warehouse. So df dot like df trans dot write dot format delta, and then I will simply say dot mode overwrite. Then I'll simply say dot save as table, and table will be silver lakehouse dot transname. Perfect. Let me just run this, and this is done. Yeah, perfect. Now we have successfully written all the data with transformation. I will simply go to silver lakehouse because I want to see everything. Let me just refresh it. I should see all the 4 tables. For dim and fact, we have fact table, 1 dim, 2nd dim, and 3rd dim. Perfect, man, perfect. We have successfully loaded all the data in silver lakehouse. Did you like it? Did you like it? Did you like it? I liked it so much. So now what are our next steps? So basically what we will do, this is our silver lakehouse, okay, with transform data. So we will create a gold data warehouse this time instead of lakehouse. Now a lot of people will say, hey Ansh, do you know you can create a gold lakehouse and then you can connect it? I know, but I want you to learn all the areas. I know we can just create, but I want you to explore all the areas. So that I am now creating a scenario where we want to use gold data warehouse instead of lakehouse. Okay, so what we will do, we will just load this data from the silver lakehouse and we will create a data warehouse using the silver tables, and this will be a lot of fun, just trust me. Then in the gold lakehouse, gold data warehouse, sorry, we will be having the data model ready, which we can just use to give it to data analysts to just build their reports. And obviously after doing all of these stuff, then finally we will just deploy the whole thing into different environments using CI/CD. Whoa, yes, let's do it. So finally it's time to create the data warehouse. So how we can just create data warehouse? So simply go to your workspace, and as you can see, this is your workspace. So simply click on plus new item, and this time you will pick data warehouse. Okay, just look for data warehouse with data warehouse. Yeah, here it is, warehouse. Just click on it, so it will just create a lakehouse for you. By the way, this part of the video is really interesting. So first of all, I will just create lakehouse and I will name it as Ansh data warehouse. Okay, simply create one, because we will be creating gold layer, or let's say gold schema, within the data warehouse. Okay sir, so it is just creating a data warehouse, and yes, it is a replacement for Synapse. So this is my data warehouse, and this is something that we will be working with. Do not need to worry, I will just tell you everything. So this is your data warehouse explorer, okay, and this is your Ansh data warehouse that you have just created, but I'm assuming that you have put something else instead of Ansh data warehouse, and then obviously schemas, then obviously my queries. So if you are just saving your queries, or let's say if you're just writing any queries and if you want to save it, you will just save it in my queries. Okay, then obviously shared queries. Okay, without wasting any time, let me just click on this schemas. Let me just see what schemas do I have. Obviously 0 schemas, I don't have anything. Just click on these 3 dots and just click on new schema. This will open one SQL editor for you. Okay, or let's say you can also say a kind of SQL workbench. So first of all, without wasting time, I will just create a schema and I will name it as create schema gold. Okay, and I will just run this. Perfect. Now if I just refresh this, perfect. Now I can just see, oops, now I can just see gold schema. Perfect. Very good. So now the thing is, this is done, right? This is done. So let me just go inside this gold schema, and what are the tables do I have inside this schema? Obviously 0. Now I want to create tables within this. Click on these 3 dots and new table. Okay, so let me just close this, and this is my script. Obviously we will not be using this one, don't worry. Let me just remove this first of all, go away. So As I just mentioned that our data is sitting in Lakehouse, but we want to use that data and we want to pull that data into our data warehouse. How we can just do that? How? So it is very easy. We will be using a concept called CTAS, which is create table as select. What it will do, I will just tell you. So we will say, hey, just create a table and we will just give a select query. We will give a select query, select asterisk from lakehouse dot table name. Ansh, Lamba, can we just use this select statement on the top of the data sitting in Lakehouse from data warehouse? Yes, sir, you can just do that, and it's called cross database or cross data warehouse, cross Lakehouse querying. So it is possible with Fabric. Let me show you. So let's say I want to create table, and I want to create table under gold schema. Okay, so I will say gold dot fact table. Perfect, perfect. Then I will simply say as, because this is a CTAS create table as select, then I will say select asterisk from, and what is my lakehouse name? My lakehouse name is silver lakehouse dot see what it just mentioned, load silver lakehouse. The moment I typed the name of silver lakehouse, or let's say my lakehouse, you will see something special here. I will just refresh this. You will see the lakehouse loaded here. So it is saying load lakehouse. See? So now I will say dot, and what is my table name? It is fact table. That's it. Let me just run that. Let me just run that. Invalid object. Okay, let me just click on load silver lakehouse first. Yes, loaded successfully. Let me just click on run now. Fact table. What's wrong, man? So let me just open this. Let me just click on schema. Oh, I forgot to add schema. So sorry. I was thinking like, did I just make any spelling mistake? But answer is no, bro. You just forgot to add the schema. By the way, if we do not have any schema, we just use DBO, and that is the basic or fundamental of SQL, especially with T-SQL. So we just use DBO. So it is just creating the table now, and you will see the magic. Wait, bro, wait. Just hold on. Just hold on. It is done. It is done, man. It is done. Let me just show you. Now, I will query the data of this table and you will see exact same data here. So I will simply say select asterisk from gold dot fact table. Gold dot fact table. Let me just run only this command. So I have just selected this line and I will simply say run. I will simply say run and I should see exact data sitting in the lakehouse. Okay, perfect, man. Perfect. So it has just given us the 10,000 rows. By the way, we have like so many rows in the fact table. Wonderful, man. Wonderful. So now, as you can see, let me just refresh this as well, bro. Let me just refresh this. Now you can see that we have created a table in data warehouse in the gold schema using table sitting in lakehouse. Wow, man, this is so good. This is so good. So as you now know, it is so convenient for you. And now I will quickly create all the other tables the same way. Okay, so I will simply say create table goal dot customer dim, or I can just check the name. By the way, I can just give any name here. So customer dim, and then I need to say select asterisk from silver lakehouse dot dbo dot this customer stem. Perfect. Let me just run this. Perfect. It is also created. Let me just create the next one. So I will simply say create table gold dot stored in. Okay, and I will say as select asterisk from silver lakehouse dot dbo dot stored in. Perfect. Let me just run this. See, this is so good, man. This is so good. I love this feature. So I'll simply say create table. This is my last table. Okay, gold dot transdim as select asterisk from silver lakehouse.dbo dot transdim. Perfect. Now my all the four tables are ready. My all the four tables are ready. So good. So good, man. I love this feature. Okay. So now our dimensions and facts are ready. And as we have just did it like so quick. And now you can actually save this query. So if you just click go here, my queries, you can see like all the queries. And obviously you can just rename it if you want. I will simply say CTAs so that in future, if I just want to make edits, I can. Okay. So I'll simply say CTAs. Actually, I can just rename this as well. This is for schema. Okay. Perfect. Schema CTS. Now I will create one more query. What's that? Let me show you. Let me just show you. So now you know that we have created our all the tables. Okay. So now let's say I want to create a view. I want to create a business view, or I want to create an aggregated view which will just show me something which is not directly available in fact and dimensions, and that view is a kind of special requirement by your manager, or let's say special requirement by data analyst or data scientist, and they want to just see something. Okay, they just want to use that view for their reporting. How we can just create views in Fabric data warehouse? It is very simple. So first of all, let me just tell you the requirement. Okay, so select asterisk from goal dot fact table. Okay, let me just show you this thing first, because then I will just using my query. Okay, so this is your fact table. Okay, so now what we will be doing, let me just show you dim as well. Select asterisk from transdim because I want to use that. Okay, let me just run this query. So this is your transdim, right? Now what I want to know, let me just run this one for one more time. Just remember this name. Okay, bank name, just remember this name. Now I will just tell you the requirement. Now what I want to know, how many unit price, or let's say total price, how much of total price we have accumulated by each bank. I want to know this. Maybe this is a requirement from a finance manager, or let's say maybe a data analyst is working on a finance reporting, and they need to just add this particular view in their reporting, and this is a requirement for you. So how you can just fulfill this thing? So we will just create a query first. Okay, we will first create the query. Okay, sorted. Okay, so what will be the joining key? The joining key will be payment. Let me just expand it. It's called payment key. Okay, and in this trans key as well, transdim as well, we have payment key. See, now I will simply first of all join this, select asterisk, really asterisk, actually, yeah, for just to show you first, yeah, first let me just put f dot asterisk, then d dot asterisk. By the way, f is for fact and d for dimension. Okay, from gold dot fact table. Okay, and I will just give the alias as f. Then I will simply say left join, and I will join gold dot dim transdim, and I will say day, and then obviously on f dot payment key equals d dot payment key. Perfect. Let me show you this first. Okay, perfect. So now you will see I will be able to see all the bank names, see, associated with this total price. Wow. So what I want to do now, I want to group by my data on this column, and I want to aggregate this column called total price. Okay, so now I have two ways to do that. I can either use subqueries, or I can just use CTEs. Okay, so I will simply use CTEs with, let's say, outer query. Okay, and I can say with CTE, perfect. So just add braces in the beginning and at the end. And yeah, and by the way, we can just change it with bank name because we do not want to import all the columns. And then, okay, that's sorted. So now what we want to do, we want to say, hey, select bank name. Okay, select bank name and sum of, what was the column name? I think total price. Yeah, total price as, and we just need to give the alias. I can just say total price. Yeah, it makes sense. Total price, or let's say aggregated total price. Aggregated total price. Okay, from outer query. Okay, and then obviously group by. Group by we will be doing on bank name. Okay, simple. And if we just want to sort the data, we can, but it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so let me just run this query. So it will just give me the result. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So as you can see, I have bank name. Obviously, we have just this bank name. And then I can see, like, obviously we know like we have like in total 39 banks, and we can see all the aggregated total price of each bank. Now, this information will be used by the data analyst working on some finance reports. So now, instead of just using this query again and again, we can just create a view. Obviously, that's why we use views, right? So I will simply create a view. So create view, and I will simply say gold dot view name will be, let's say, aggregated view. Okay, makes sense. Then we can simply say as, and let me just run this. Okay, this is completed. So now, let me just save this query first, rename, and I will simply say aggregated view. Perfect. Now let me just open a new query just to confirm. Now let's see. Let's say I want to just use the whole query again. One way is just rewriting the whole query, but the smart way is we have already created the view, right? So I will simply say select asterisk from gold dot aggregated view. When I will just run this query, I will see the same result, and now I can hand over this view to my data reporting team so that they can use this report, like they can use this view in the report. Was this helpful? Yes. So now your data warehouse is ready. You have, let me just refresh it. You have tables, all the 4 tables, 1 fact table, and 3 dimensions. Then you have view as well. So then that means like you have everything that you need to serve to your data analyst team or data analytics team. Okay, now I will show you something special. Let me just go back to my workspace. So here you will see my all the stuff. Okay, and this is my data warehouse. Okay, this is my data warehouse. I will simply now click on this thing. What is this? First of all, this is a semantic model. So let me just click on this. So this is the semantic model which like data analysts can use, and they can just build their reports using this data model. So this is the view that you will see when you will just click on the semantic model. So let's say you have just built the data warehouse, right? Now this was the, by the way, default semantic model. You can use the, or you can create the new semantic model as well. Let's say you just want to create a report, okay, on top of this whole data warehouse. So you can simply click on create like that default semantic model, and it will just open this thing. So if you just click on explore this data, then just click on got it, then you will actually see, or let's say you can click on open in new tab. So it will just open that in new tab. So it is just loading the data. So just hold on. So this is your semantic model. So till the time it is loading, I can just play with this area. So is it loaded? Yeah, it is still searching. Okay. By the way, just click on this thing like explore this data, and you have like multiple options as well. So you can, meanwhile, you can just click on this create a blank report. So when you click on it, you will see couldn't load data models through this will make sure you have a connection. Oh yeah, because we do not have any connection to the server. But I just want to show you like what is this thing. So this is the report, and once you have like server things enabled, then you can just create the report using this default semantic model. And if you just go to data tab, you will actually see all the things here listed. Okay, sorted. It is still loading. So let me just close this report. Because we are not creating any report, as I just mentioned. We are not creating. Then we have something called this auto create a report. So it will just take your data. It will just use its intelligence and it will just create some visualization for you so that you can just actually do something. Okay. So like we do not have like much stuff here, and this area is basically for the data analyst. Just let me be very honest with you. So I now want to show you one more thing in this particular data in this workspace. So let me just go back to my workspace. It is here. Yeah. So if you just want to create a new, let's say, semantic model, how you can just do that? Okay, let me just show you. You can either go to your Silver Lakehouse, because you already saw like how you can just create your semantic model and data warehouse. If you want to just create a semantic model on top of your Lakehouse, you can. So just click on that Lakehouse Explorer and you will see new semantic model. Just click on that. Then you will be able to actually just click on this and then just pick the tables. Just pick all the tables. Okay, like this one, and confirm. And then views, if you have, like if you do not have, then obviously you cannot pick. Then enter semantic model name. You can just pick any name, let's say Ansh semantic. Okay, just click on confirm. Then what it will do, it will create a new semantic model for you from scratch, because the semantic model we just opened was the default one. But in the real world, we just use so many other stuff as well while we create the semantic model. Plus, we just pick the tables that we want. We do not just use all the tables within the, let's say, Lakehouse or data warehouse to create the semantic model. Okay, so it is just creating a semantic model for us. So if I just go back to my workspace, I should see that new semantic model. As you can see, Ansh semantic. Yes. So if I just click on it, I will just land on the same page. And this time you will see this buttons as well, like write DAX queries or open data model. So if you just click on this open data model, it will actually open this data model for you, and that is perfect. This is your, keep in mind, change will be permanent. And I know, bro, I know. Now this is the area where you can actually create that dimensional data model. You can actually create the relationships in order to create the reports. Let's say this is my fact table. That is obvious, right? I want to connect this fact table with this customer dimension, and I want to do it on customer key. So I will simply pick this one. I will simply drag it here, and this will just create the relationship for me. Obviously, I need to just pick the customer key, but this has already created for me. So I will simply say save. Okay, so as you can see, by the way, I want one to many instead of many to one, because our dimension should not have many values. So keep this thing in your mind. Okay, so this is done. Similarly, I will just create this relationship with other dimensions as well. Okay, for store, I will simply pick store key and I will simply drag it here. Perfect, save. Perfect. Now this time with dimensions trans as well. So we have payment key. Perfect. Save. So this is your star schema. That you have just created. See, so you have your star schema ready, and you can now just create report on top of it. As you can see, new report, you can click on it. Or what is the advantage of this semantic model? You can just use this semantic model to create so many reports, right? You do not need to just create a new model, a new data model every time. No, just use one semantic model for so many reports. And obviously, Power BI just creates a default semantic model every time, but you should not pick that default semantic model, because it is not the ideal choice. You should just create your own semantic model from the scratch. And obviously, you need to just fine tune that. You need to just pick the queries, you need to just pick the right tables, right? Okay, Ansh, Lamba, that is all? Not really. One more thing. If you just go back to your Synapse workspace, sorry, only workspace. So one thing that I didn't tell you, and I said like I will just tell you this thing later. What is that thing? If you just see your Lakehouse, what are these two things? Okay, this thing is fine. We know that this is a default semantic model. Now what is this? Okay, so this is the time to tell you that our Lakehouse, obviously we know if we want to use Lakehouse, we need to use PySpark coding. Okay, that is fine. That is true. And if we just want to apply any changes to our data, we have to use Spark because Spark is the owner of Lakehouse. That is true. But what if I just want to use that data to read? And I promise I will not make any changes. By the way, if you will not make any promises, still you cannot. Okay, because this is not allowed. If I just want to read the data, but the person doesn't know like how to use Spark code. So in that scenario, they can read the data using SQL. Really? Yes. This is called SQL endpoints of the Lakehouse. SQL endpoints of the Lakehouse. If I just click on it, you will see some magic. Wow, Ansh Lamba, this is similar to the data warehouse. This is similar to the data warehouse, but this is SQL endpoint. This is not something that you can say, hey, this is a data warehouse. No, this is just a SQL endpoint. We cannot make changes, but we can read the data. I can just show you. Let's say I just say new SQL query, select top 100. So I can just do that. So as you can see, it is using your Lakehouse, not the data warehouse, and I can read the data. You can obviously open Excel, okay, and explore this data, but you cannot make any changes. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. Now, I will just tell you something special. Ansh Lamba, how many special things you will tell? A lot. Okay, what is that? This is, by the way, a really good one. Okay, if a manager, or let's say if a non-tech person comes to you and he says, hey, I want to analyze data in SQL, you will say, okay. And the person will say, but I don't know SQL, but I want to analyze data in SQL. You will say, bro, are you high? Like, what are you talking, man? So the thing is, maybe Fabric took it seriously and they have just launched a feature in which person can analyze data in SQL without knowing SQL. It is called visual query. So if you can see here, new SQL query, just click on this drop down. Just click on this new visual query. Wow, man, what is that? I will tell you. Click on this. This is your new visual query and just ask the person to analyze the data. But you will say, bro, just forget about that person. This view will not be like, I will not be able to analyze data with this view. Like, what is it about? Let me just tell you. So just click on any table, let's say fact table. Click on these three dots, click on insert into canvas. Whoa, what just happened, man? So this is similar to Power Query. Okay, so now you can perform any transformation, anything on top of fact table without using any SQL command. But obviously behind the scene, it will be running SQL. It will be translating those transformation into SQL. Let me show you. Let's say I want to apply a left join with stored Okay, see, I have just inserted this as well here. Okay, so now I want to apply left join on this stored okay. So if I want to do that, I can simply select this. Okay, simply click on this plus button. Then I will be having so many options to just use it. So I'll simply say merge queries as new, or let's say merge queries directly. Okay, merge queries, and it will say, okay, this is your table. Which is the table that you want to apply join with? It is stored okay. Which is the key? It is store key from here and here. Okay, so it is just calculating the results. It is saying okay, it looks fine. By the way, we have 346k records. Okay, click on okay, and then we have like join type. Let's say I want to apply left outer join. Okay, then click on okay. See, it has just applied a step where it has applied the join. Wow, man. And you can see the output here. You just need to click OK and you will see all the columns listed here. Wow. Let's say I want to just change this column type and I want to change this column from uppercase to lowercase. Let's say I know we can do it in SQL, but the person doesn't know, right? Simply click on plus, then say where is that column? See, lowercase. Simply click on this. Now you will see perfect. Now you will see this is changed to lowercase. But I'm not using SQL. Yes, I know. You have now two options. You can actually view the SQL if you want to just run it for one time. If you want to create a view on top of this SQL query, you can. Let me just show you. Click on view SQL. This is your SQL command. This is your SQL command that you didn't write. You didn't write. The person didn't write, but Fabric wrote it for you. Wow, man, this is so cool. This is like they have just made SQL a low no code. Wow, man. Wow. If you want to edit it, you can edit it. Okay, simply click on cancel. If you want to create a view, let's say I want to create a view, it will say, hey, what is the schema? I will say DBO, or I will say, yeah, DBO, because you remember this is not a data warehouse. This is a bronze lake house. This is what? Bronze lake house. This is your lake house, not data warehouse. So I will simply say new view. Okay, new view. So I will simply click OK, and this will create a view in my lake house. And you can do the same stuff with your data warehouse as well. That makes sense. Okay, now I will simply go to my bronze lake house. Okay, let me just refresh it and you will see something. Let me just click on refresh. Maybe it is just refreshing it. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. It is taking a lot of time. So basically I can just check the SQL endpoints of this lakehouse. Simply click on it and then let me just refresh it from here. Let me just refresh it from here. It is refreshed. Let me just click on now views. Yes, I will be able to see new view, which like for which I didn't write any SQL code. Nothing. And this is the thing that I used. New visual query. Perfect, man. Perfect. And it is also saved under visual, like under my queries. So if you just ever want to make changes, you can directly come and just make changes in this low no code. That's awesome, man. You can even save the changes. Wow, this is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. By the way, I think you can only see the views under SQL endpoints because obviously that makes sense. This is not a table. So I think it should not be available here. Yeah, because this is not the real data. This is just the data that we are reading because views do not hold any data. These are just queries, right? Okay, man, this is really, really amazing. Really amazing. I know that. I know that. So this was all about your data engineering in Fabric. And I know you are really, really, really happy to learn all these things. But bro, as I promised, one thing is still missing, which is deployment. So now we will be deploying everything that we have created. Let me just go to my workspace first. Let me just close all the tabs. Oops, 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 oops. So this is my workspace. There are like so many stuff here, right? So many stuff. So now I want to deploy it to a new environment, or it can be a new workspace. I will just do it with you, don't worry. But before that, I want to show you something. Let's say this is your workspace. Okay. Now, if you want to see the lineage, like which data is coming from where, like what is the flow, you can simply come to your workspace and click on this lineage view. This is a cool feature, man. This is a cool feature. This will actually tell you everything, the exact flow. It is saying, hey, this is a starting point. This bronze lake house is referred to this silver lake house. See, then this is being referred to the SQL endpoints of Lakehouse. Then you created a semantic model, and from Silver Lakehouse you created Silver Lakehouse endpoints. Then you created a notebook. Then you created unsemantic model, if you remember. Yes. Then you created a semantic model for Silver Lakehouse, which is default one. Then other things that you use your GitHub account for ingesting the data. You use data warehouse to create one semantic model. This is amazing, man. This is your data governance tool, data lineage tool in Fabric. This is amazing. This is amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, so let me just go back. So now what we will do, we will simply go to workspaces. Okay, and now I will just create a new workspace and I will say new environment, or let's say CI/CD workspace. Make sense? Yeah. Let me just say apply. So now what we will be doing, this is empty. That's what we want because this is a new environment and we want to deploy everything sitting in this workspace, Ansh Lamba WS, to this workspace. Okay, for this, what we need to do, simply click on these three dots, then click on deployment pipelines. This is the alternative to your Azure DevOps, where you do not need to create release pipelines, where you do not need to manage artifacts. Everything will be done by Fabric. Don't worry, I know you're really excited. Let me just show you. Click on new pipeline, and what will be the pipeline name? So I will simply say Ansh CI/CD. Okay, description will give it later. Okay, now instead of deploying it to 3 environments, I will just simply deploy it to 2 environments, because that makes sense. Like, you can just do it for third environment as well. So for development, what you will do, you will simply say, okay, development is this one, then test, then production. This is the naming convention. Okay, this is the naming convention. In our scenario, we just have like 2 environments, development and test. That's it. I will simply say create and continue. And these are the industry standards that we use: development, test, and production. Some use QA, that is quality assurance, but test is fine. Click on create and click on got it. Now this is your CI/CD pipeline. Really? Yes. Now you need to assign a workspace. Click on this drop down, and what will be the development workspace? Which this is this one, Ansh Lamba WS. Just say okay. So it will just assign this workspace. Now you need to click on test, click on this drop down, select CICWS, and then assign it. Okay, so now this is assigning the workspace. Perfect. Now it has shown compared, like it has actually compared to source. So it is saying only in source, 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 because obviously these things are only in source. These are not in your test environment. These are not in your new workspace. So we know this, but it is just showing you. Okay, so it is saying deployment from development. Yes, deployment from development. So this is your pipeline, and you can see 6 changes here, like it is showing 6. Then if you just see like settings, if you just want to remove your workspace, you can unassign, or let's say choose a different one. And this button is your deployment items, deployment rules basically. Click on it. We do not have any rules. These rules can be very handy when you have, let's say, you do not want to take all the data, or let's say you want to include parameterization in your deployment. Then you can just assign the rules, but we do not have any rules here right now, so we do not need to worry. So finally, now we need to just pick what things we need to deploy. So one easy thing is just click on this, select all, and you will be having all the boxes checked. But in the real time scenario, maybe you do not want to promote this one, because maybe this is under development, this is not completed. So you can explicitly just select the boxes. Okay, but in our scenario, all are fine. Okay, now this is your lovely button that you need to just click on it. 3, 2, 1, hit it, then click on deploy, and it will initiate the trigger automatically. And now it is actually performing CI/CD on your development workspace automatically, without managing any artifacts. Like, you do not need to manage anything. It is obviously managing everything in the background, but you do not need to manage anything. That this is genuinely amazing, man. This is genuinely amazing. Okay, by the way, why it is not supported? So for semantic model, it is not supported for now, because it is in preview. It will be available very soon. So for Lakehouse, for data pipelines, it is supported. Okay, so it is just revolving. I love this feature. Let me just tell you, bro. So now a lot of you will ask, hey, what will happen to Azure DevOps? Basically, first of all, Azure DevOps is not just a CI/CD tool. It's not just a CI/CD tool. Azure DevOps is much more than just CI/CD tool. It has your project management tool, in which you can just assign the task. You can actually mention your developers, everything. CI/CD is a part of Azure DevOps. So by the way, we were just talking about Azure DevOps, and you see, can you see? It is deployed so quick. It was so quick, man, so quick. So if you just go here to CI/CD workspace, earlier it was empty and now it is full. Now it is full. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And I will just test this pipeline. Let's say I go to my development pipeline or development workspace and I created a new item. Let's say I created a notebook, let's say. Okay. So now what if now I want to deploy this change as well? So simply go to Ansh CI/CD. Okay. Now you will come here and you just need to first of all obviously refresh it. Let me just close it. Let me just again click on development pipelines. Then this is my pipeline. Okay, you can just obviously save it as well. So now you will see something. You will see something. So now it is saying deployment from. Obviously pick this one because we do not need to deploy from test. And if you just see, you can see one button. What is that? It is saying, hey, you have one change. I know. So now in order to deploy this change to your test again, so what you need to do? So you just need to select this button. If you just scroll down, you will see, hey, there's a notebook which is only in source, but other things are same as source. So it is continuously monitoring your code. Okay. So now you just need to say, hey, just deploy this as well. Just deploy this. Just deploy this. So it is completed. It is completed. Now I will just test it. I will simply go to my workspace and I should see that notebook that we have just created. And I think it is this one, notebook one that we deployed. See where it is now. Okay. This one. See, so you can actually save this pipeline. By the way, it will be automatically saved. So did you like this feature, CI/CD feature? Let me just close all the tabs and let me just show you. Did you like the CI, not just CI/CD feature, man? Did you just like Fabric? I'm tired. Oh man. But I loved the session, man. I loved the session. We learned so much and we explored so much in Fabric data engineering, and I hope you loved the session and I know you have gained a lot of skills. And trust me, if you have just obviously like you need to rewatch some parts were like critical, some parts were like difficult to grasp, and obviously it is like it is normal. You do not need to just learn everything in one go. So just rewatch those parts again. If you just feel some difficulty, just rewatch those parts. And let me just tell you, bro, if you know all these things, you are much ahead of the crowd right now, because Fabric is a new tool and now you know actually what to do in Fabric data engineering. So I loved recording this session and I hope that this session will help you a lot. And I would say love you a lot, happy learning. And let me just tell you, the video coming on the screen is really important for you. It is like an end-to-end real-time project. So if you just want to upskill yourself in the world of data engineering, you should just do end-to-end projects. So just click on the video coming on the screen and I will see you there. Bye bye.